Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Actually, I don't have a question to ask my able deputy ranking. I only want to congratulate you. Your appointment is no surprise to me because I know that you can even do much better than the position they have given you. I have been with you in the committee from day one. We all went together to APNIC, African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance. I'm a member of that particular organization. It is because of the nominee that I can proudly say that I'm the treasurer of West African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance. I know somebody will ask, he's your junior brother, but how come? He has the experience. No, experience is not about age. Experience is not about.
Honorable Lydia, if you don't have questions, let's make progress. Let's make progress.
I want to use the opportunity to thank the President very much for appointing you, and I wish you the best of luck in that committee and in that ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I then recognize Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Congratulations. As for this, congratulations, it's worth it more than 1,000,000 times. But we have to just do it for the fact that we are supposed to do it. You have worked, you deserve it, and you are there. What we can think about is that the Almighty Allah bless you so that you'll be able to work and work harder. The LGBTQ plus with all the pluses under the sun, which you spoke, worked, and did everything about. My concern is about issues of what was being put inside our books, that is in the schools, for peoples to learn. And I'm using peoples because this is as far as the basic schools. Will you consider using your expertise as a communicator to continue to advocate and to work hand in hand with the Minister for Education to ensure that our books are properly looked into so that we don't buy the minds of our children when they are so innocent? Will you consider that? After answering that question, I say thanks to the Almighty Allah for putting you in that position, and may He guide and protect you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. Again, just be brief.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would put everything in my bin to protect the innocence of Ghanaian children. And we would instruct our cybersecurity authority and our child online protection program to collaborate with the Ministry of Education to ensure that our children are protected from anti-Ghanaian values in any e-learning book or model that will be introduced into our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Charles Oredu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, you operate within the terms agreed upon.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, congratulations, Honorable Sam Nate George. Honorable, do you have a Ghana card with you? Do you have a Ghana card?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. So do you have it with you now?
No, not on my person.
Okay. So why would you say that using the Ghana card as the primary source for the SIM registration was flawed, and that you would want to subject the good people of Ghana to another re-registration of the SIM card?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Common sense is the reason why I'll say that. Because the actions that happened under the last government were very at par with common sense and logic. We've got a National Identification Authority that holds and sits as our national repository of biometric data. I think it was wickedness of the highest order to subject Ghanaians to long hours of queues, taking away productive man hours affecting our economy, to go and queue again and resubmit biometrics, simply because egos could not be managed. We will do a proper SIM re-registration again, but this time, nobody's going to queue, because common sense will prevail, expertise will prevail, and logic will work. The MNOs hold a certain set of data. We would use technology to cross-reference that against the NIA's database and all biometric databases, and only instances where there are disparities would require you visiting an MNO shop. Because today, as we speak, the telcos cannot truly verify who is holding their SIM card. And it even is in their own benefit for us to do this process and do it properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll proceed to recognize.
I have a follow-up.
Please be fast.
Honorable nominee, as a follow-up to the question, to the first question.
Okay. Hold on. Before the second question, honorable nominee, we played with you. We know issues associated with the use of common sense. So I will consequentially direct that the aspect of the common sense be deleted from your answer to the question. Thank you very much. Please proceed to ask your second question. How can he withdraw what I have directed to be expunged from the record? I have given a direction that same be expunged from the record, so it's no longer available for him to withdraw. Please proceed to ask your next question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your ruling on this matter. As a follow-up to the earlier question for the re-registration that you've planned to undertake, is it going to cost the Ghanaian taxpayer for the re-registration that you just spoke about?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unlike under the immediate past government where people had to pay to use an app, no Ghanaian will have to pay for this. The cost will be borne by the MNOs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up or the last question? Please go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, I hope you are aware that under the supervision of the former Minister for Communications, Ghana launched the 5G network. I think that the whole of Africa, probably apart from South Africa and then one or two other countries, Ghana ranked really high in the launch of this 5G. You were on record to have said that you plan to roll this 5G network that, NPP launched commercially if NDC should win the elections. Now, you are the minister. NDC is in power. You plan to commercially roll this out. But what about the good people of, say, Akrofonso, the good people of Impintimpi, the good people of Adadekrom, who are complaining that even after the launch of the 3G network, they were not even having a good connectivity. They had issues with the speed of the internet. Then 4G, and now you are ready to roll out the 5G.
Thank you very much. Order. Honorable members, government is continuous. Ghanaians are aware that they just left power some 3 weeks ago. So please proceed to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I was going to, following on your premise, the honorable member has just admitted the failings of the past government over the last 8 years, but we would fix it. President Mahama is here to reset the country, and in resetting it, we'll fix it. Fixing 3G, 4G, and rolling out 5G are not mutually exclusive. With the right handsets, skill sets, and the persons in charge, you can do all of those at the same time. We would make sure that 3G and 4G penetration gets to all the hamlets and villages you've spoken about, and at the same time, roll out 5G. We will do it. It is possible to reset Ghana.
My last question.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
your very last question.
Grateful that you said it's possible. My last question, Mr. Nominee, what's your take on ECOWAS and the national roaming policy? You know that in Europe, subscribers do have this European policy where if, say, you move from one European country to the other, you pay the same cost for data and then for calls. But in Africa, it's totally different.
Honorable member, your question.
The question, Mr. Chairman, I was building, the background.
Please.
The question is, what is your take on ECOWAS and this, its national roaming policy? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think that the roaming policy is one that we need to embrace. Under the last administration, I'm aware that there are about 3 other African countries where Ghana has signed on with, where you can roam your calls and data. I believe that we're going to continue under the ECOWAS framework to ensure that that roaming, ECOWAS roaming, and Honorable Chairman, there's a bit of a distinction between ECOWAS roaming and national roaming. The question seems to equate both. They're 2 different things, because the ECOWAS roaming is between Ghana and other member states of ECOWAS. National roaming is within the confines of the country, but between the MNOs. So you're an MTN user, you get into an area, you can run on the Telecel network. A Telecel network user can run on the AT network. So we'll work on both national roaming to integrate it properly and ECOWAS roaming as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will recognize Honorable Alassane Umar.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Honorable Sam George, congratulations. I wish you well. I have a question regarding this. I have 2. One is about the party manifesto, and that is about the rolling out of how will you roll out the 1 million coders project. Can you tell us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the number of models that are being considered, when approved by this House, I would, under the instructions of His Excellency, determine which of the models will be suitable for rollout by His Excellency. But we've got about 3 models, but I can't speak to them until approved by this House and giving direction by His Excellency. But we have 3 feasible models to run them out. Thank you.
Thank you. My second question is about MTN Ghana has been declared as an SMP, which is a significant market power. Would you reverse the decision, and why?
Thank you very much. The outgone minister, or the outgone administration, declared MTN as an SMP under Section 20 of the NCA Act. Mr. Chairman, being declared an SMP is not a bad thing. However, the mode in which you use it is where the problem is. The previous administration used the SMP tool as a punitive measure. The SMP tool is meant to be a corrective measure. In fact, since the minister declared MTN an SMP, their market share has grown instead of it fixing the distortion in the market. We will use the SMP as a corrective tool, not to punish an investor who has made solid investments in our country over the past years, but also to make sure that we create an equitable playing space for all the players so that the customer has multiplicity of options to benefit from. So the SMP will be used as a corrective tool, not as a punitive tool under the Mahama administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said you have 2 questions. I will now give the floor to Honorable Ritana Odolesoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate my brother, Honorable Sam George, on his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for believing in you that you can. My question is, do you think there are too many taxes in the communications sector, and what do you intend to do about that?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This question is more like a trick question. I'm guided and minded that my brother, who has been vetted and approved by the House, Honorable Atufo Singh, is dealing with plugging a big, deep hole in our national purse. And so talking about taxes is pretty touchy. However, yes, if you look at the cost build-up for taxation, when you look at a network like Telecel, about 27.65% of the cost build-up is taxes. When you go to a network like MTN, it's almost 40%. It's important that we look at the taxes in there. I know that the government has indicated, our government has indicated that we'll repeal the COVID levy. The COVID levy is part of the cost build-up. But I think that one of the key things we need to do for the telcos to help with the pricing would be to look at power tariffs, because power tariffs is where the real issue is. That's where the real cost element comes. And conversations are already on the foot between myself and Honorable John Jinapo and the industry to see how we can work on that. But I believe that something has to be done about the tax build-up for the sector. Thank you.
You have additional questions.
Yes.
Please go ahead,
Okay.
quickly.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to find out from the Honorable nominee, as members of Parliament, there is cybercrime ongoing where Facebook accounts of honorable members of Parliament, because I'm an MP, I'll speak to that. We have our accounts, I'll say impersonation of our accounts, and people are duping people through our names. And sometimes they'll say they're going to create employment for them. This is something we reported in the 8th Parliament, and nothing was done about it. These people have MTN Momo accounts, and they are able to get people to pay monies into those accounts, and it's a bit worrying. What do you intend to do, or what can you do about it when given the nod as the minister? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question is double-edged. You're talking about impersonation on social media, on platforms that are outside the jurisdiction, run from outside the jurisdiction, and then you're talking about mobile money fraud, which happens within the jurisdiction. On the Facebook platforms, I think that we're going to work closely with members of Parliament. The Speaker tried to do that with leadership of the House in the 8th Parliament to try and get all members of Parliament to come together and public government officials for us to identify your accounts and then verify those accounts. But let me use this platform to appeal to the young people and the people of our country. No member of Parliament or Minister of State will come into your inbox on Facebook and offer you a job. It is a scam. Please beware. We've given this notice several times because cyber awareness is the key to this. So we beg, no minister or MP will come and offer you a job. When it comes to the mobile money fraud, that's the more reason why we need to do the SIM re-registration. Because today when you ask the MNOs to identify for you who really uses that SIM, they are unable to do so because many of those SIMs were pre-registered SIMs. And if there's an instance I'm aware of last year where we pursued with the Cybersecurity Authority from Parliament here because it involved a member of Parliament. When we found out the card that was used to register the SIM, the individual whose card was used had never even gone to that MNO to register a SIM. So somebody had used his details to register that SIM. That's why we need to re-register the SIM. So we will work with the MNOs to clean up the sector using SIM re-registration and then ensure KPIs that will drop cybercrime using mobile money fraud. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to wish him the very best and God's blessings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Samia Oku.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, permit me to take you back a bit to the question of LGBTQ. Let me take you back to 2014 during a program on multi-TV, Joy News, Joy TV. That time it was Majority Caucus. And let me paraphrase. That is a direct quote, and I'm quoting in full. I believe that this matter has been overflogged and is being pushed just to suit a thing, parochial political agenda. C, irrespective of my personal opinion on homosexuals, the Constitution of this country remains supreme. And the Constitution of this country enjoins that everybody has right. And their rights must be protected. It's actually one of the preambles to the Constitution of Ghana. We must speak issues which are of necessity to the Ghanaian people. The amount of airtime we have wasted, I call it wasted, not spent, wasted talking about gays when we have pertinent issues of water, pertinent issues of power, potential petrol prices going up. Look, those are the things that bother everybody. And they don't care whether the president, at that time, His Excellency President Mahama, who published his book, is gay or not. This was in 2014. My friend and brother nominee, I want to ask, has this view changed? And if it has, what occasioned it?
Thank you very much. I would, if I had the opportunity, play the full recording of my submission for the purpose of the country, because what you have read is a 2 minutes, 14 seconds transcript.
I have the video. Do you want us to play it?
Your transcript is of a 2 minutes, 14 section of a 14 minutes long submission.
Honorable nominee, I think the question that he's asking is whether or not your view has changed.
Chairman, respectfully, he layered the question. My answer needs to be layered as well. So I plead with you to give me some time.
My respected colleague, Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Sometimes the public misconstrue the engagement. You've been our colleague. When certain questions are being asked, they are not meant to embarrass you. I want you to sit here with a mindset that this inquisition is for the purpose of governance. No intention to disrespect you. We are political animals. There are times that when we are in the space of politics, we act in a certain manner. But with the benefit of hindsight, we all realize that, well, maybe this one, it could have been this or that. So some, take it easy, relax. This vetting process can be as short as possible, depending on posture, approach. I recall, and I will say this with the leave of chair, I recall, in my early days in practice, here was a young barrister advocating for bail on behalf of my client. And in the bail application, I was talking too much law. I recall the district magistrate, after court, called me into his office and asked me whether I know why my client was denied bail. He said, normally, when you are appearing before a court and you want bail, the approach is not all about the law, how you even extend courtesies to the court. Situations where you think the court is erring, how you go about it will contribute materially to how the judge will treat your client. I'm just saying this to get you to take a deep breath, to listen, so we can have a very good interaction. Don't be agitated at all. Is that okay? Is that fair? Is that okay?
Mr. Chairman, I am in no way agitated. I'm extremely calm, and I just want to respond. I mean, and no offense taking to the question by my brother and friend. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, what I was saying was that it was a 14-minute submission, and in the quote, you hear that I spoke about irrespective of what my views are, those views remain the same. In that video, in that submission, I said that homosexuality, as far as I am concerned, is an aberration of the mind. It has been my position in 2014. It is my position today. In 2014, we did not have an advocacy office opened in Ghana to promote LGBTQ. We didn't have it on our screens and in our books like we did in 2020. So the exigencies in 2014 were completely different from the exigencies in 2020 or 2021.
So, Honorable Nominee, your views are the same. Yes. Please proceed to ask the second question.
Mr. Chairman, this is a follow-up, so it's not a second question, Mr. Chairman. It's a follow-up. Nominee, you spoke about almost a 14-minute video. But what I read, was a part of the 14-minute video? And if so, that's why I asked, if these words were part of the 14-minute video, has your views changed? Because first, it was general. Now, it is more specific of anti. That's what I'm asking. Has the views changed? It's a direct one I asked. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Respectfully, Chairman.
Honorable Member, I think from the answer, the view is the same. He said so.
Mr. Chairman, he's a colleague, a friend, and a brother. But this vetting is supposed to bring the best out of our appointees. So it's important that the narrative is set right. That's why, Mr. Chairman, I said I wanted him to respond directly.
Hello again. You're still watching the Ministry of Veterans live on Channel 1 TV and on radio 97.3 City FM. We'll take a quick leave from the Appointments Committee, which is currently vetting some Martin for the Ministry of Veterans, and take you to the presidency, where a total of 14 ministers and designates are to be sworn in by His Excellency Dr. Mike Mahama, the President of the Republic.
That is fully applied. Thank you.
I'll require you to be
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last question. Honorable Nominee, sometime, I think last year, and this question, I'm just giving you the background, because so it can help us with can help you with your answers.
Honorable Samuel.
First of all,
okay, you can affirm or you
Mr.
can
Chairman,
use
this one
any
affected
of,
everybody. That's why. You know, there was a time when
symbols that
totally almost everybody could not
you
send
wanna
messages.
swear on.
That's why I'm situating that question in that.
Okay, so
You know,
if
because
you
they say underground cable, something had happened to it, left, right,
those
center.
you say in
So
the
now
name
my
of the
question,
Almighty God,
Honorable
and if
nominee,
you are affirming, you say
does
solemnly
Ghana
affirm.
have a national emergency
Okay,
plan
so we'll start with the oath of a
to guide
minister
how
of
the
state.
country deals with these
And,
national disasters,
I'll
which
mention
incorporates
I, and then you mention your
telecommunication?
name, and then we continue. So
Am I allowed to ask my
I,
question? Mr. Chairman.
having been appointed,
Mr. Chairman, that's
Minister of
what
State,
they are heckling me. The Honorable.
do in the name of the Almighty God
Honourable
swear,
members, order.
I solemnly affirm
Please proceed to.
that I will at all
Thank you,
times
Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity.
well and
again.
truly serve
In fact,
the
that deals
Republic
with
of Ghana
national disasters, which
the
incorporates
office of Minister of
telecommunication
State,
and meteorological data.
and that I will
The
uphold,
role of communication in such
preserve,
management of such
protect,
telecommunication
and defend the
disasters,
Constitution
because
of the
we all
Republic of
experienced it
Ghana
at some point in time last year. If
as
we
by
don't
law
have
established,
such a plan,
that I will, to the
no one
best of
can
my
anticipate
judgment,
tomorrow. Is this something that is
at all
key
times
on
when
the
required,
agenda as well in these days of technological
freely
age?
give my counsel
Thank you very much, Mr.
and
Chairman.
advice
The record of President
for the good
Mahama speaks to the
management of
fact
the
that
public
this will be a
affairs
critical part. The National Emergency Operations Center,
of the Republic
which
of
today is the
Ghana,
nerve center of our emergency response,
and that I will not
was built by
directly
him
or
in 2015.
indirectly
Now that he's back in 2025, we'll
reveal
give full
any
actualization
matters
to that center using technology to
that
ensure that we
shall
have a
come to my
proper
knowledge
disaster recovery plan in place. Thank you.
in the discharge of my duties
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you very much.
and
My
committed to my
follow-up.
secrecy
the last one. Mr. Chairman, three
as
questions
Minister of
and follow-up.
State. So help me God, or I solemnly affirm.
So, Honorable
Okay,
nominee,
we'll take the oath of allegiance.
um,
And again, you follow.
Honorable nominee,
I,
my last question, which is
do in
also
the name of the
a
Almighty
follow-up,
God swear
is that
that I'll bear true faith and
personally,
allegiance
personally,
to the Republic of
do you
Ghana
think
as
that
by
the
law
cost
established,
of bundle,
that I
personal
will uphold
bundle, data,
the sovereignty
and
and
all that,
integrity
do you think that it's expensive
Ghana,
as compared to other
and
places,
that I'll
or you think you are
preserve,
paying the right prices for
protect,
it? Thank
and
you.
defend the Constitution of the Republic
Well,
of Ghana?
this is not a follow-up, but I'll allow the
So help me God.
nominee to provide an answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And then the
Mr.
last
Chairman,
one is the oath of secrecy.
I hold the view
And it follows the
respectfully
same
that
pattern.
we could get
And
more
so
value
I,
for what we pay as a country for
holding
data.
the office of
I've already begun
Minister of
conversations
State,
on the instructions of His
do
Excellency
in
the
the name of the
President
Almighty God
with
swear
stakeholders to ensure that we get more
that I
value.
will not directly or
More value
indirectly
could be in reduction in prices or
communicate or
increases
reveal
in offerings. So it could
to
be that
any
if you
person
paid, for example, 100
any
Ghana
matter which
cedis
shall
and you
be
got
brought
100 gig of data, we could maintain
under
the
my
same 100 Ghana
consideration
cedis but give you
or
150
shall come
gig
to my knowledge
of data. So that's more
in the
value.
discharge of my
Or the
official
100
duties,
gigs could drop to 75 cedis. There are
except
different
as may be
models around it.
required
But like I said in an earlier answer,
for the discharge
we're
of my
working around
official
what goes
duties,
into the cost element, largely
or as
electricity.
may be
And some
specially
work has
permitted
begun
by
on
law.
that. So yes, we hope to see prices of data
So
hopefully
help me
drop
God.
before the end of this year. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very
Thank
much. I'll give the floor
Congratulations.
to Honorable Shaibu Mama.
Thank you very much.
And Honorable Roxy
Your
Nelson
Excellency.
Dafamoko should be in
We now
readiness
move to
for
the presentation of
thank you
instruments of
very much.
appointment to the ministers by the President.
Honorable,
I must add that in order that we make more
my brothers
judicious
and
use of
girls,
time, once
congratulations.
the President presents the
A
instrument of office
well-deserved
to a
nomination.
particular minister,
Sam, let me take you
we'll
to
proceed to take
rural
photographs,
telephony.
with the President
And
and the Vice President.
I do
then
this for and on
photographs
behalf of many
President
legislators
and the
seated
family
here
of the
and those who are
minister in
not
question,
here,
after
who
which we
represent
sign
rural
the
communities.
oath book. This has
Indeed,
been done
rural
to
telephony
ensure
has
that we
become a
move,
big issue
speedily.
in all election cycles.
So at this stage, I would call
Those
on
of
the
you
first
in
on
the
list,
cities are very
Honorable
blessed
Dr.
to be
Edward
covered by the
Finn
national
Ogunwa,
coverages.
Minister
But
for
sometimes
Defense.
80% of some communities
instrument
or
of
some
office of the
constituencies have no network at all. Sam, tell us what plans you have
Please
for
press
rural
for the cameras,
telephony.
the President and the Vice
Elaborate
President.
plans. The rural people are listening to you and have asked me to tell you
May I now
that
invite
the people in the city are the
the
ones who
family
care about.
of Dr. Edward.
Are the rural people. People write exams, JHS exams, they have to travel to the towns to just use internet to access results. That tells the importance of telephony and network in the rural communities. Please tell the country and tell the rural people what plans you have.
Sector ministers, some of them
Thank you very
also
much.
functional ministers, and of course some of them regional ministers.
Because
so that's
what
swearing in has just happened. They've taken all 3 oaths: oath of office, oath
My
of secrecy,
appointer,
oath of
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama,
they'll be signing
the great-grandson of Indeo
and are
Rajaka.
currently receiving their instruments of office.
Try and do it
Let's
in
now
1
take you
minute,
back
20
to that
seconds.
committee room of Parliament, where the Appointments Committee is currently
He comes from
Samuel
a
Nati
village,
George for
a
the
rural
Communications
community.
Ministry.
And one of my marching orders is to ensure universal access. In fact, just this past week, His Excellency was in Kenya, where he signed up to universal access for electricity and internet on the African continent. Now, how are we going to do this? GIFEC, the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, one of my is the marching primary orders is driver to ensure of rural universal connectivity. If you read our access. manifesto, In fact, we just state explicitly just that this we're past expanding week, that mandate His to make it the Excellency Digital was in Economy Kenya, Development Fund,
where he
so he's
signed
able
up to
do
universal
even more than
access
just
for
that.
electricity
But what
and
we're going to
internet
do is an
on the African
aggressive
continent.
process
Now,
to make sure that
how are we going
as
to do
we
this?
saw rural electrification
GIFEC,
under
the
John
Ghana Investment
under
Fund
Jerry
for
John
Electronic
Rawlings,
Communications
see
is the
massive
primary driver
rural last
of
mile
rural
connectivity.
If you read
under
our
John
manifesto,
Dramani Mahama.
we state
We need
explicitly that
spectrum
we're
for that.
expanding that
And
mandate
one of
to
the
make
things
it the
we can use
Digital
to do
Economy
that is to do
Development
the
Fund.
digital
So it's
switch
able
over,
to do even more than
which
just
will open
that.
up
But
TV
what we're
white
going to do
spaces.
is an aggressive
Ghana should have done the switch over in 2015.
to make sure that
it didn't
as
happen.
we saw
So we
rural
will do that.
electrification under
And then the last thing that we're going to
John
do
Rawlings,
is,
you will
as a
see
government,
massive
we're going to
rural last mile
prioritize making
connectivity
sure
under
that
John
the
Dramani Mahama.
equipment
We need
that
spectrum
was
for that.
ordered with the
And one of the
taxpayers'
things
money
we can use to do
under
that
the
is
last
to do the
administration
digital
and have
switch
sat in
over,
a warehouse for 2
which will
years,
open up
and for which
TV white
warranty has
spaces.
expired.
Ghana should have
Conclude.
done
Find
the
a
switch over
way
in
of
2015.
bringing those
It didn't
equipments
happen.
out
So
and
we will
using
do
them for
that.
the benefit
And
of
then
the
the last thing
people.
that we're going to
Chairman,
do
I did 1 hour
is,
for
as a
1 minute
government,
45 seconds.
We're going to
Thank you very much.
prioritize making
Any
sure
further question?
that the equipment that was
Indeed.
ordered with the
Indeed, you
taxpayers'
were
money
short,
under the last
but
administration
elaborate.
and have sat in a warehouse for
These
2
are my
years,
second question.
and for which
Second and
warranty
last,
has
actually.
expired,
Please
we
conclude.
would find a way of
80.
bringing those equipments out and using them for the benefit of the Ghanaian people.
Conclude.
Chairman, I did 1 hour,
100% Ghana.
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Government of Ghana.
Any further question?
Is that the case?
Indeed,
100% government
indeed you
of
were
Ghana.
short, but elaborate.
Etel Tigo.
Leader, my second
Yes,
question.
please. If
Second and
approved by
last,
this House, I will be the CEO, chairman, and board
80.
of Airtel Tigo. 100% owned by
Etel
government of
Tigo.
Ghana.
Beautiful. 100% Ghana. They still run a
Government of
3G.
Ghana.
Is that a case? Is that a case?
Yes, please.
100% government of Ghana. Please. Etel Tigo. Not
Yes, please. If
competitive
approved
enough
by this
to
House,
rake
I will be
in
the CEO,
needed
chairman,
revenue
and
for
board
government.
of Airtel Tigo. 100%
Obsolete
owned by government of Ghana.
equipment.
Beautiful.
I mean, they just can't
They
compete in
still
the
run
market.
a
Please
3G. Is that a
tell
case?
us what plans you have
Yes,
for
please.
Airtel Tigo. On that note,
Please.
I wish you very
Airtel
well
Tigo.
in your new role.
Not competitive
Thank you.
enough to rake in the
Thank you very much.
needed revenue
Mr.
for
Chairman,
government.
Airtel Tigo
Obsolete
is a
equipment.
sorry example
I mean, they just
of
can't
what
compete in the
mismanagement of the
market.
telecom sector
Please.
has been in 8 years.
Tell us what
Because
plans you
Airtel Tigo is the illicit
for
love
Airtel
child
Tigo.
of Airtel and
have. On that
Tigo.
note, I
That
wish you
was
very
tried to be
well
fused together to
in
make
your
it survive,
new
but
role.
still,
Thank
it
you.
has end-of-life equipment, debt
Thank
in
you very
excess of
much.
500 million.
Mr. Chairman,
It's really
Airtel
unsustainable.
Tigo
But
is
there
a
is a
sorry
roadmap under His
example
Excellency John Dramani
of
Mahama
what
to
mismanagement
find
of the
a
telecom
way
sector has
where
been
we'll have
in
no
8
job
years.
losses and to
Because Airtel
consolidate
Tigo is the
government
illicit love child
shareholdings
of Airtel
into
and Tigo.
a viable
That
enterprise
was tried to
in
be
the
fused
sector.
together to
Thank
make
you.
it survive, but still, it
Thank
has
you very
end-of-life
much. Roxanne,
equipment,
you have the
debt
floor.
in excess of 500 million. It's really
Chairman,
unsustainable.
thank you.
But there is a roadmap under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to find
The
a
seven
way
boys.
where we'll have no job losses
Myself, you,
and to
Yusuf,
consolidate
Mutala,
government
Ernest,
shareholdings
Adongo,
into a viable
Suhini,
enterprise in the sector. Thank you.
and
Thank
Jinapo.
you. Roxanne, you have the floor.
Today we are here. I've no
Chairman,
doubt
thank you.
about your abilities and qualities that you bring to bear.
The seven boys.
Just be careful.
Myself, you, Yusuf,
I know you
Mutala,
succeed.
Ernest,
I wish you
Adongo,
all the best. We are in this together.
Suhini,
I wish you all the best.
and
The question
Jinapo.
about rural telephony has been
Today we
asked.
are here.
And you know,
No doubt
we've
about
been
your
there
abilities
together. How
and qualities
as
that you bring to
MPs
bear.
we are worried by our constituents
Just be
to
careful improve the networks in the various hinterlands for them.
I wish you all
You are
the
in
best.
charge now,
We are in this
and
together.
I know you are going to roll out
I wish
good
you all the
programs to
best.
improve that. The question
Congratulations
about
once more,
rural
my brother.
telephony has been asked. And you know,
Thank
we've
you
been
very
there
much.
together.
I give the
How,
floor to
as MPs, we
Deputy
are worried
Ranking,
by our constituents to
Honorable
improve
Patricia
the
Apiaji.
networks in the various hinterlands for them. You are in charge now, and I know you are going to roll out good programs to improve that. Congratulations once more, my brother.
Thank you very much. I give the
Very
floor
well,
to
very well.
Deputy
Ranking,
Ranking, Honorable Patricia Apiaji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Son George. Honorable Son George.
Very well, very well.
Congratulations.
She has yielded to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At age 40, congratulations, Honorable Son George. I think you've done well for yourself. But
do you wish to start a career in data science? One of the fastest growing
Honorable Son
professions
George,
in the world? Stay with us to
congratulations.
discover how to launch your career with a
Thank you very much, Mr.
certified
Chairman.
from the Sorbonne University, as well as get your
Honorable
course
Son George,
100% funded
at
with
age
a
40,
Bildungsgutschein. Jump on our website at
I think you've done well
datascientist.com.
for yourself.
Choose the training course that
But
best suits you between
there
data
are a lot of
scientist,
buts.
data analyst, or data engineer, as well as the intensity
You have,
adapted to your
over the
constraints
period,
between
used
the
very
bootcamp or the
unprintable
part-time
words.
format. Download the full program to get all
Said-
the information, take our short placement test, and get your results thanks to one of our pedagogical counselors and get their help
In fact,
setting up
even
a
today,
Giant.
at this
And finally, just start
very
your course
sitting,
and launch your career in the data
you have
universe.
indicated that those who were dealing with a certain issue lack common sense. You have also said a piece of nonsense when Dr. Baumia had just finished a certain presentation.
Honorable Jerry Shaib, once I ordered that that be expunged from the record, I do not think we should revisit that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll take the common sense bit out. You've used such words as useless and gibberish. And many actually think you are very disrespectful.
Respectfully, opinions are like noses.
I want
everyone is entitled to one.
the Ghanaian people to
My
be
mother and
assured
father who
that
gave birth to me are sitting behind me,
whatever
and I'm
they are
sure they are
thinking
proud of
is
the standard
contrary
they
to
have
what
raised.
you are.
Thank
Please
you
tell
very
us.
much.
Thank
you very much,
Mr. Chairman. Honorable
Mr.
Chairman. Honorable Chairman.
Respectfully, opinions are like noses.
I
Everyone
remember.
is entitled to one. My mother
I
and father
remember
who gave birth to me
my
are sitting
literature
behind me, and I'm sure they are
tutor
proud of the standard they have raised.
Taught me
Thank you very much.
something. What you said, opinion is like noses. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman.
So what I'm saying, literature is just simile, yeah?
Honorable Chairman.
So
I
like and
remember-
as, you use that, those are similes. Okay.
I remember my
Honorable nominee,
tutor
would
taught
you
me
want to respond
what you
to
said,
his
opinion
question
is like noses. Is that correct?
in another form without
So what I'm saying,
the use of
literature
this
is
simile?
simile, yeah? Simile.
Mr. Chairman,
so like and as, you
I-
use that, those are similes. Okay.
I have come to know the
Honorable
member who
nominee,
asked the question recently.
Would you want to
But if there's one
respond
person on this
to
panel
his
who has
question
known me for years,
in
and I
another
believe to be a
form
proper
without
character
the
reference,
use of this simile?
and attest to the fact that I am not abusive
Mr. Chairman,
and disrespectful.
I
It's the ranking member on the committee,
I have
Honorable
come to
Afenyo
know
Markin.
the
And so, yes,
honorable member who asked the
I
question
reiterate,
recently.
I'm not a disrespectful person. I have
But if
opinions,
there's one
I
person
state
on
them
this
forcefully,
panel who has known me
but
for
I am not
years,
disrespectful.
and I believe
Thank
to
you.
be a proper character reference,
Haven't you
and
got
attest to the
peace
fact
unto
that I
yourself
am
with
not
this beautiful?
and disrespectful.
It's the
Because
ranking member on the committee, Honorable Afenyo Markin. And so,
honorable
yes,
nominee,
I reiterate,
before
I'm not a disrespectful person. I have
before we
opinions,
got
I state them
into
forcefully,
this room,
but I am not disrespectful. Thank
maybe you didn't follow, but Mr. Speaker,
Haven't you brought peace on
admonished all of us
Beautiful.
and said that we have to be careful
Because
about the things that we say that to us makes us popular in the
nominee,
gallery.
Before,
Our followers. That's what they want to
we
hear.
got into
Remember the 79,
this
let the
room.
blood flow. The same people turn
maybe
around
you didn't
to
follow,
now
but Mr.
say Jerry
Speaker,
Rollins was this and that.
admonished
Remember?
all of us.
So we have to be very
And
careful. You
said
know?
that we have to be
Mr. Chairman,
careful
respectfully, I don't
about
remember. I
the
wasn't
No,
born.
that
I'm not
I was
saying
born in
that
85.
to us
No,
makes
no,
us
I'm
popular
saying we
in the
have.
gallery.
our followers.
I'm saying
that's what they want to hear.
That at least we
Remember
have done
the 79. Let
we
the
have
blood
done
flow.
government
The same
with red
people
history
turn around
and
to
all.
now
I was
say
born
Jerry
in
Rawlings was
78.
this and that. You
I'm
remember?
sure I was a baby
So we
during
have
the
to be very
revolution.
careful, you know.
But at least
Mr. Chairman,
I've come to
I don't
realize
remember. I
that
was
the
born.
same
I'm not
Ghanaians
saying,
I was born in 85.
No. I'm
yesterday
saying we have.
called on
I'm saying that at least
street
we have
justice,
done.
where
we
the
have
same
done
people
government
were
with
saying
red
that
history
they want rule of law.
and all.
And
I was born in 78.
So I'm just drawing your attention.
I'm sure I was a baby
All
during
right?
the revolution.
Yes, please.
But at least
Let's
I've come
land
to
safely.
realize that the same
Your
Ghanaians
advocates are many. Let's
who
land
yesterday
safely. Don't disappoint your advocates.
called on street justice were the same people who were saying that they want rule of law.
Proceed with your other
So
question.
I'm
Thank you very
just
much,
drawing
Honorable Chair.
attention.
So,
All right.
I just want to find out,
please. Let's land
in
safely.
the midst of current
Your
dispensation,
advocates are
if
many.
Ghana Post is
Let's
still
land safely. Don't
a
disappoint your
relevant
advocates.
institution,
Yo.
with all these technological advancements, and if at all, what would you do to
Thank you very much, Honorable
better
Chair.
equip it
I just want to
play
find
an
out
active role in the career services?
in the midst of current dispensation. If
Thank you
Ghana
very much,
Post
Mr.
is
Chairman.
still
This is a very
relevant
important
institution,
question. In fact, one of the most important I've had here today. Many
with all
people don't
these
know that Ghana
technological
Post
advancements,
sits under the Ministry of Communications,
and
Digital
if
Technologies
at
and
all,
Innovation.
what would you do to further equip it?
On Friday
to
last
play an
week, I took
active role
briefings
in
from
the career
the
services?
management of Ghana Post in preparation for this
Thank you
vetting.
very much, Mr.
And one of the
Chairman.
charges
This
I
is
gave
a
to them was
very
to
important
rethink
question. In
the
fact,
whole
one of the
essence
most
of the post
important I've
office.
had here today. Many
Because
people
the
don't know
post
that Ghana
office
Post
maybe
sits under the
seem to be
Ministry
a
of
dying
Communications,
concern,
Digital
but in
Technologies
other
and
parts of the
Innovation.
world, the post office has become a revolving place
On
for
Friday
several other
last week, I
services,
took
apart from
briefings
just the
from
delivery
the management of Ghana Post
services of
in
goods
preparation
and
for this
parcels.
vetting.
And so I
And one
tasked
of the
the
charges I
management there
gave
to
to them
begin
was
to
to
rethink the way we can
the
make
whole
the
essence of
post
the
office
post
a
office.
360
Because the post office
degree service
maybe
center,
seemed
especially
to be a
leveraging
dying
on
concern.
the enhanced
But in other
community
parts of the
information
world, the post
centers
office has
that we
become
have
a
built
revolving
across the
place
country,
for
and
several
partnering
other
with GIFEC on
services,
those
apart
to
from
make
just the
them
delivery of
truly digital
services,
centers where you can
goods
get more
and
than
parcels.
just
And
delivery
so I
of
tasked the
parcels. So
management
I'm
there to
adding them with you
begin
on
to
that.
rethink
We need to make it more
the
than
way we
just
can
receiving
make
and
the
sending
post
parcels.
office
Thank
a
you.
360-degree service
Thank
center,
you.
especially
I do not have a
leveraging on
follow-up on
the
that.
enhanced
I
community information centers that we have
just
built
want to
across
believe
the
that
country, and partnering
one
with
of the
GIFEC on those
major
to
or
make
current
them
problems we
truly
have,
digital
I don't know
centers
if
where
you've
you can
heard
get
this
more than just
technologies,
delivery of
Sakawa,
parcels. So I'm adding them with you on that. We
419,
need to make it more than
internet
just
fraud,
receiving and sending parcels. Thank you.
cybersecurity, really. And the fact
you.
that I heard
do not have
you
a
earlier
follow-up on that.
mention people having
Just want to
some
believe that
Facebook accounts,
one of the
10,
major
20,
or
and
current
it's only
problems
perhaps
we
you have one,
I
even
don't
when
know
it's
if you've heard
validated.
these technologies.
I'm just wondering,
Sakawa,
cybersecurity authority that we have,
internet
we
fraud,
still have a lot of
cybersecurity,
online impersonation
and the fact that
and
I heard
cyber
you
fraud and
earlier
mobile money
mention
fraud.
people having
I do not know what steps
some
you have
Facebook
or
accounts,
you intend to
10,
bring on
20,
board
and
to
it's only
curb,
perhaps you have one,
even
even
though I
when it's
really take care of
validated.
this, because we
I'm
have a
just
lot of
wondering,
cyber issues.
cybersecurity authority that
I
we
mean,
have.
people are
We
not
still
too
have
sure
a
whether or
lot
not mobile
online
money is the way
impersonation
to go, although
and
it's
cyber
very
fraud and
functional and
mobile
active.
money
You
fraud.
pay, the next thing you know
I
is
do not know what steps
it's been
you
received by the
have
wrong
or
person.
you intend to bring on board.
Thank
to
you very
curb,
much,
even
Mr.
though
Chairman.
really take care
I
of this,
believe that
because we have
one
a
of the
lot
challenges
cyber
we've had is
issues.
that we've not been able to
I mean,
grow our
people are
cybersecurity
not too
authority
sure whether
because
or
of
not
lack of capacity
mobile
and
money
funding.
is the way
There's
to
a
go,
raison project that
although
was
it's
begun
very
under the last
functional and
government.
active.
It's
You
stalled
pay,
for almost
the next thing you
4
know
years.
is
They
it's
need
been
just about
received by
$5
the
million
wrong person.
to kickstart the project. That's one of
Thank
the
you
things
very
we're
much,
prioritizing to make sure that the
Chairman.
cybersecurity
I
authority is
believe
fully
that
tooled
one of
and
the
equipped
challenges we've had
to
is
be
that
able
we've
to
not been
deliver.
able to grow
However, on the
our
issues of
cybersecurity
mobile money
authority
fraud,
because of
we
lack
have to
of
work
capacity and funding.
collaboratively with the
There's a
MNOs,
raison
and that's why
project
we
that
have to go back to the
was
issue of
begun under
SIM
the last
re-registration registration again
stalled
to
for
properly
almost
register the
4
SIMs
years,
so that the
they need just
MNOs
about
can
$5 million
identify who
to
it is. Because
kickstart
it's
the
one thing
project.
blocking the
That's one of
SIMs,
the things we'll
it's
be
another
prioritizing
thing
to make sure
tracking
that
the
the
person, the
cybersecurity
cartels
authority is
behind
fully
it,
tooled
and being able to
equipped
arrest them
to
and
be able to
prosecute them.
deliver.
You
However,
need
on
to
the
be able
issues
to
of
identify
mobile money
persons who
fraud,
hold team.
we have to work collaboratively
And so working
with the
together with the
MNOs,
regulators in the
and that's
space,
why we have to
we'll
go back
get
to
it
the
done.
issue of SIM re-registration again.
So,
To
Chairman,
properly
just a
register
follow-up.
the SIMs so that
On
the
SIM
MNOs
registration.
can identify who
So
it is.
what
Because
are,
it's one thing blocking
the
the
Ghanaian, the
SIMs,
good people
it's
of
another
Ghana
thing tracking the
expected
persons,
to
the
do with
cartels
the
behind
new,
it, and being
your
able to arrest them
intention
and
to
prosecute them.
re-register
You
SIMs?
need to be able to
What's going to
identify
happen to
persons
the
who
ones
hold
we have
SIMs.
already? Or
And
those
so
who have
working together
taken
with the
time to
regulators
have
in the space,
registered earlier?
we will get it done.
What happens to them?
Thank you.
How much is that
So,
going
Chairman,
to
just a
cost you?
follow-up.
on same registration to undertake such a project. So what are the Ghanaian, the good
Thank you
people
very much, Mr. Chairman. All three questions have been previously answered by me. If I have the direction for me to repeat my answers, then I'll proceed.
What's going to happen to the ones we have already? Or those who have taken time to have registered
no
earlier?
Ghanaian will lose their SIM cards. They have not. They have to do nothing. It's going to be a technology-driven exercise between the NCA, Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All three questions have been previously answered by me. If I have the direction,
if there are any disparities in the record,
such individuals will be notified to visit their service provider.
No
Ghanaian but majority, we believe that over 90% of SIM holders would not have to visit their service providers. So there will be no activity done. You just get notification that the verification has happened back
if there are any disparities in the records.
Just to ask if there is no cost, that will be
visit their service provider.
Yes.
But majority, we believe that over 90% of will be SIM holders borne by the MNOs will not have to visit
because it serves the MNOs so there will be no
for them to be able to know who is holding their SIMs. Because if they can't identify who are holding the SIMs, they are liable to fines from the NCA. They would rather have us do a clean identity SIM register than to get fines.
Will there be
cost
incurred?
There will be
question.
cost, but will be borne by the MNOs. Because it serves the MNOs' own purpose for them to be able to know who is holding their SIMs. Because if they can't identify who are holding the SIMs, they are liable to fines from the NCA. They would rather have us do a clean identity SIM register than to get fines.
Thank you, Honorable. Your last question.
I'm okay.
Thank you. And honorable members, because he has given me his words, leader and I would have to take leave of you to go and preside over the house. So, please, Roxanne, the phone call. Just.
Thank you, Chair.
And honorable members, because he has given me his words,
honorable nominee,
I would have to take leave of you to go and preside over the house.
I thank you for making time.
Please, Roxanne, the phone call.
Thank you, Chair. Answer questions as part of honorable nominee, the process of your eventual appointment as a Minister of State. Let me also commend you for availing yourself as part of this process of your eventual appointment as a Minister of State. Paper. I want you to read the content aloud. Commend you for and we shall begin our journey for this process. Please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. The paper handed to me has the peace prayer of St. Francis of Assisi.
I want
Lord,
you
make me
to
an
read
instrument
the
of your
content
peace.
aloud.
Where there is hatred,
And we shall
let me so love.
begin our
Where there
journey
is injury,
for
pardon. Where there is doubt,
engagement. Please. Thank you, sir.
where there is despair, hope.
Thank you, Chairman.
Where there is
the
darkness,
paper handed to me has
light.
the peace
Where
prayer
there is sadness,
of St.
joy.
Francis of
O divine
Assisi.
Master,
Lord,
grant that I may not
make
so much
me an
seek to be
instrument of
consoled
your peace.
as to console,
Where there is hatred,
to be understood
let me so love.
as to understand,
Where there is
to
injury,
be loved
pardon.
as to love.
Where there is
For
doubt,
it is in giving
faith.
that we
Where there is
receive.
despair,
It is in
hope.
pardoning
Where there
that
is
we are
darkness,
pardoned.
light.
And it is in
Where
dying
there is sadness,
that we are born
joy.
to eternal life.
O divine Master,
Amen.
grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled
Fortified
as to console,
by
to be
this,
understood
I'm sure
as
your
to
faith will
understand,
lead you
to be loved as to love. For it is in giving
provide
that we receive.
the
It is in
necessary
pardoning that we are pardoned.
honest
And it
answers.
is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
That will be required for the purpose of this engagement.
Fortified by this,
My
I'm
respected
sure
colleague,
your faith will
you
lead
rightly said that you and I have known each other
to provide
for many years.
the necessary
Rightly so.
honest
In my
answers.
days as an entrepreneur at Trade Fair, where I was
That will be
running my
required
transport logistics
for the
business,
purpose of this engagement.
you as a young man rented some of my
respected colleague,
trucks
You rightly said that.
To do business.
And
we've had a very excellent relationship
for many years.
Since then.
Rightly so.
I won't be the person
in my
to
days as an
obstruct
entrepreneur, a trade fair,
your career path.
Where I was running my
In the
transport
least,
logistics
I should
business.
guide as your senior
You
brother.
as a young man,
Going through your
rented
CV,
some
you
of
are
my
85
trucks
born, I'm 78.
to do business.
I've seen a lot
We've
that
had
you
a
are
very
yet to see.
excellent relationship since then.
Now,
I
the
won't be
Chief
the
Justice
person
of the
to
Republic
obstruct
of Ghana,
your career path. In the least,
my respected
I should
colleague,
guide as your senior brother.
Honorable Abu Jinapo,
Going through your CV, you are
I
85
pose
born,
a
I'm
question to
78. I've seen a lot that you are yet to see.
regarding views you had earlier expressed about the Chief
Now,
Justice.
The Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana.
One of it was to the
My
effect that she
respected
was
colleague,
deliberately delaying
Honorable
a
Abu
suit.
Jinapo, had posed a
court.
question to you
Which suits you and I notoriously know
regarding
it
views
to
you
be
had
the
earlier
LGBT
expressed about the Chief Justice.
suits. Do you, with the benefit of St.
One of
Francis's
it
prayer,
was to the effect that
which
she
you have
was
invoked,
deliberately delaying a
think
suit
that you were fair to
in court?
my
Which
lady
suit you and I
in the
notoriously
comments
know
you made
it to
about
be the
her publicly?
LGBT
Which comment she's not
suit.
had an opportunity to
Do you,
publicly
with the
rebut.
benefit of St.
Do you
Francis's
think
prayer,
you were fair?
which you have invoked,
Thank you very much, Mr.
think
Chairman.
that you were fair
Mr. Chairman,
to
giving the facts
my
available
lady
to me
in
at
the
the time I made
comments
those comments,
you made
I
about
believe that
her
they were made in
publicly?
good faith.
Which comment she's
At the
not
time I
had
made
an
the comment.
opportunity to publicly
The
rebut?
benefit of hindsight.
Do you think you were fair?
And now that
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
you know,
Mr. Chairman,
and granted,
giving the facts
I just want to
available
be fair
me
to you.
at the time I made those comments, I believe that they were
The
made in good faith
case
at the time I made the comment.
had certain applications
The
flying
benefit
here
of
and there.
hindsight.
And there were parties
And
to
now
it,
that
and the respondent, defendant,
granted,
lawyer
I just want
had
to be
made
fair
certain
to you.
applications to the court, which I'm sure you didn't know at the time,
The
correct?
case
Mr. Chair, I knew.
had
Okay.
certain
If you did,
applications
then
flying here and there.
the
And
various
there were
adjournments
parties to it,
which were occasioned
and
by
the
the
respondent,
defendant lawyers couldn't have been the
lawyer
cause of my
had
lady,
made certain
the Chief
applications to
Justice,
the
correct?
court, which I'm sure you didn't know at the time,
Mr.
correct?
Chairman, respectfully, I disagree. Mr. Chair, I knew.
Okay. If you did,
So
then
it is your case
various adjournments
for
which were occasioned
public records
by
that
the
the
defendant
ladyship, the
lawyers
Chief Justice,
couldn't have been the cause of
deliberately
my lady,
delayed
the Chief Justice,
the
correct?
suit that was before
Chairman,
the
respectfully, I
Supreme Court.
disagree.
It is your case.
Mr. Chairman,
So
my argument had always been
it
Honorable
is your
nominee,
case
respectfully,
for
public
records that her
Is it
ladyship, the
your
Chief
case
Justice,
that
deliberately
the
delayed
LGBT case
the suits
mounted by
that was before the Supreme
my
Court. It is your
respected
case.
friend
Mr. Chairman, my argument
Richard
had always
Delascar,
been
Honorable nominee,
Barrister Law,
respectfully,
etc., etc.,
respectfully. Is it
was
your case
deliberately delayed by
that
the
the
Chief Justice of the
LGBT
Republic?
case
Is that
mounted
your
by
position? Yes, no.
my respected
Mr.
friend,
Chairman, the description are
Richard
your
Delascar,
attributions, not mine.
barrister at law,
My
etc.,
words
etc.,
were that she had the power to move the case
was deliberately
than it
delayed
was
by
being
the
done.
Chief Justice of the
And
Republic.
subsequent actions after the
Is that
demonstration
your
that I
position?
led
Yes,
have
no.
actually proved my position to be
Mr.
true.
Chairman,
that when the Chief Justice gives a
are your
timeline,
attributions, not mine.
everybody, respondent or plaintiff,
My words
Attorney General
were
included,
that
must
she had
abide
the
by
power
it. When she
to move the
invoked her
case
powers,
faster
everybody complied.
than it was being
So
done.
my contention
And
that
subsequent
she could have
actions after the
expedited
demonstration
it,
that
if
I
she had given
led
earlier
have
timelines,
actually
were
proved
proven
my
right
position to be
by
true.
her subsequent
That when the
actions.
Chief
Thank
Justice
you.
gives a timeline,
Do you think that prior to
everybody,
your comment, she
respondent or
was not
plaintiff,
doing her
Attorney
job
General
well?
inclusive,
Is that your case?
must abide by it. When she invoked her powers,
Mr. Chairman, I thought
everybody
she could
complied.
have done better
So
in the
my
exercise of her
contention
public
that she
office.
could have
Do you think
expedited
that
it
your
if she had
commentary
given
was
earlier
fair to
timelines
her?
were proven right by her subsequent actions.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank
I
you.
believe that all public
Do you
officers are
think that
subject
prior
to
to your
constructive
comment,
criticism,
she was
and I
not
consider my
doing her
comments
job well?
constructive
Is that
criticism.
your case? Honorable
Mr. Chairman, I thought she could have done better in the exercise of her public office.
Do you think that your commentary was fair to her of empaneling?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that all public officers are subject to constructive criticism, and I consider my comments constructive criticism.
Cannot be at the instance of the Chief Justice of the Republic. Do you agree to that? The process...
The rules of procedure dictate who is responsible for empaneling of judges in cases.
A case travel. Do you have evidence that my lady, the Chief Justice, delayed in empaneling be at the instance for the case of the Chief Justice of the Republic? Do you agree
Mr. Chairman,
to that?
there was never a question about a delay in empaneling. The rules of procedure was a question about a delay in hearing. Responsible for empaneling of judges.
What occasioned the delay in hearing? Do you have evidence that
Mr. Chairman,
my lady,
I believe that only the Chief Justice can explain to this House why, when she gave us a date of July 18th for ruling, when we appeared there was never before her on the 18th of July, she chose to adjourn ruling on the matter indefinitely. I can't speak to her reasoning.
What occasioned the delay in the case?
Not directly,
Mr. Chairman,
sir. I believe that only the Chief Justice can explain to this House why, when she gave us a date of July 18th for ruling, not on the record, when we appeared before her on the 18th of July, she chose to adjourn ruling on the matter indefinitely. Not on the record. I can't speak to her reasoning.
Were you a party in the case? Was it fair?
Not directly, sir.
Were you a party in the case? Were you a party in the suit?
Chairman, thank you very much.
Had you found as an interested party in the suit, Mr. Sam George?
Not on the record.
You have just answered to the question from the ranking that you were not a party of record in the matter under
Chairman, thank
interrogation.
you very much.
And
Honorable nominee,
you also did not file as an amicus. But can you confirm whether the subject of the litigation
that you were
not
a party?
Very much so. I was one of 8 sponsors of the bill before the court.
Thank you very much.
And
thank you.
You also did not file as an
amicus. I would want to respectfully
confirm.
I would want to respectfully.
The subject of the litigation
crave indulgence of my
affected you.
To allow us to have
very much so. I was one of 8 sponsors of the bill.
A good understanding.
Thank you very much.
Thank
what
you.
We are doing. Have a smooth inquisition respectfully. That will help democracy. I would want to respectfully, very uninterrupted, crave indulgence of my colleagues to allow us to have a very good understanding of what we are doing. Have answered. Have a smooth to a follow-up question. Inquisition that you had an interest in the case. Very uninterrupted.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yet you didn't deem it fit to get into the case through your lawyer or by yourself.
Mr. Chairman, I had absolute trust in the representation of the Mr. Speaker, who was a plaintiff, and who, in my opinion, represented the interest of the sponsors of the bill.
Yet you didn't deem it fit to. You mean the defendant get into the case through Parliament was your lawyer or by yourself?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I had absolute trust in the representation of Mr. Speaker, who was a plaintiff, and who, in my opinion, represented the interest of the sponsors of the bill. That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm asking you. You mean that the defendant? When you say the Parliament were given a date, correct, what were you referring to? Nominal defendant for that matter.
I was referring to the defendants in the case.
In the matter was the Attorney General. With defendant, they were not part of a constitutional matter.
Not on record. That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So you agree with me that when you say you not giving a date, a defendant, what were you referring to? You not being a party.
I was referring to the defendants in the case.
Having criticized the Chief Justice in the manner you did,
not on record,
was unfair to her. So you agree with me that you would agree with me when there's a
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately,
you not being a defendant. Very well. When the Chief Justice in the suit who presided having
the suit,
criticized the Chief Justice in the
Synonym.
manner you did
indefinite,
was unfair
Jen.
to her office.
without a date.
You would agree with me?
Did you talk to the defendant's
Mr. Chairman,
lawyers?
unfortunately, no.
That is the lawyers
Very well.
for Parliament. as to
When the Chief
reason.
Justice who presided
Yes, I did, and they said no
adjourned
reason
the
was given
suit
for the adjournment. The Chief Justice said she
Synonym.
wanted to hear a
Indefinite.
substantive case
adjourned
before giving a
without a
judgment
date,
on the
did
injunction
you talk
case.
to the
Because there were two
defendant's
cases before the
lawyers?
court, the
That is
substantive
the
case and the
lawyers
case for injunction.
Parliament, as
Now,
to the
the
reason.
decision not to give a ruling on the injunction
Yes,
case.
I did, and they said no reason was given for that.
Basically and
adjournment.
technically,
Chief
stayed the hand
Justice
of
said
Parliament.
She wanted to hear
Indefinitely.
a substantive case
Because so long as there was
before
no
giving
ruling,
a judgment
Parliament
on the
could not
injunction
appeal.
case.
Parliament
Because there
could
were
not
two
act.
cases before the court.
They held Parliament
the
in
substantive
abeyance
case
for almost
and the
5 months.
case for injunction. Now, the decision
that what the
not
lawyers
to
told
give
you?
a ruling on the injunction
Because
case
we would then
basically and
then need
technically
to
stay the hand
subpoena
of Parliament
the lawyers
indefinitely.
to take
Because so long
the
as there
oath.
was no ruling,
Because you are
Parliament could not
anchoring
appeal,
your criticism
Parliament
of the
could not
learned
act.
Chief Justice
it held
of the
Parliament
Republic
in abeyance
to
for almost 5
something
months.
that is done. So I just want to know from you
Is that what the lawyers told you?
whether
Because we would
lawyers
then,
told you.
we would then
I'm not
need to
doing that.
subpoena the lawyers to take
No problem, no problem.
the
I
oath.
have all the
Because
words.
you are anchoring
Okay,
your
you can,
criticism of the learned Chief
Chairman,
Justice
thank you.
of the Republic
Chairman, thank you very much.
to
Honorable
something that
nominee,
is done. So I just want to know from you
you just answered to a question
whether
that
the lawyers
you-
told you. I'm not
you
done.
made some comments after the court's adjournment.
With respect.
No problem, no problem.
please.
I have all the words.
Yeah.
Yes, please. In the matter.
Okay.
Yes, by way
Chairman,
of
please.
criticism. Yes,
Be
Chairman,
brief,
thank
please.
you. Can you,
Chairman, thank you very much.
can
Honorable
you
nominee.
confirm? Let me,
Chairman,
Chairman, please.
answered to a question that
Can we have some order around the table, Chairman?
you made some comments after the court's adjournment
Let's have one.
Yes, please.
in the matter.
Please go ahead.
Yes,
by
Mr.
way
Nominee.
of criticism.
Let
Yes,
me
please.
avert your
Can
mind
you-
to the constitutional
you
provision
confirm?
contained in
Let
Article
me,
21,
Chairman, please.
one of the Constitution.
Can we have some order around
Now-
the table, Chairman?
May I put it
Let's
to
have
you?
one.
And by way of a yes and no,
Please go ahead.
Mr.
that
Nominee,
whether
let me avert
your
your
right
mind
as
to the
encapsulated in
constitutional
Article
provision
21(1),
contained
which
in
is to this
Article
effect,
21.
all persons shall
One
have
of
the
the
right to
Constitution.
freedom of speech
Now,
and expression,
may I
which
may I-
shall
may I
include
put it to
freedom
you?
of the press and other
and by
media,
way of a yes and no,
and B, freedom
that
of thought,
whether
conscience, and
your
belief,
right as
which shall include
encapsulated
academic
in
freedom.
Article 21(1),
Can you
which is to
confirm
this
to this
effect,
committee, yes or no,
all
whether the
persons shall have the
exercise
right to
of that right to
freedom of
criticism
and expression,
was framed,
which shall include freedom
anchored
of
on
the
this
press
provision of
and
the
other
Constitution,
media,
which guarantees
and
that
B,
freedom?
freedom of thought,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
conscience,
Thank you very much.
and belief, which shall include academic freedom.
Okay, leader, please.
Can you
please
confirm
continue.
to this committee, yes or no, whether the exercise of that right to criticism was framed, anchored on this provision of the Constitution, which guarantees that freedom?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, leader, please continue.
Mr. Sam George,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
did you receive any information regarding the reasons for the adjournment sine from the lawyers for the
Mr. Sam George,
second defendant parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't client to the lawyers, so they didn't need to give me any information.
Did the lawyers tell
any
you that
information regarding the reasons for
the inability of the court
adjournment
to make a
from the
pronouncement
lawyers for
on
the
the said dates
second
affected
defendant parliament?
the work of parliament?
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't client to the lawyers. so
Mr.
they
Chairman,
didn't
I
need
don't
to
think
give
it's
me
in
any
the place of the
information.
lawyers
to determine what affects the work of Parliament. That's the role of Mr.
Did
Speaker.
the lawyers tell you that
You had said
the
that
inability of
because
the court
of
to make a
the
pronouncement
decision of that day,
on the said
Parliament
dates
could not proceed with its work,
affected
and that affected its
the
work
work
for
of
some 5
Parliament?
months. Correct?
Mr.
That's
Chairman,
correct,
I don't
Mr.
think
Chairman.
it's in the place of the
Did
lawyers
that
to determine what
information come
affects the
from
work
the
of
lawyers
Parliament. That's the role
to
of
you?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, that information came to me from my reading of Article 106 of the Constitution, and with your leave, I would read.
The decision of that day, kindly, Parliament could
take
not
the leave of
proceed with
chair,
it work,
not me.
and that affected it work for some
Mr.
5
Chair, do I have
months.
your permission?
Correct?
That's correct, Mr.
So
Chairman. I read Article
did that
106
information come from the lawyers
7
to you?
of the Constitution.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
that's
that
what
information
I premised
came
that
to me
submission
from my
on.
reading of
Where a
Article
bill
106 of
passed
the
by
Constitution,
Parliament
and with your leave, I
is
would
presented
read.
to the
Yes, please,
President for
kindly,
assent.
take
He
the
shall
leave of chair,
signify
not
within
me.
7 days after the
Mr. Chair, do I
presentation
have
to
your
the
permission?
Speaker that he accents to the bill or that he refuses
So
to
I
accent
read
to the
Article
bill
106
unless the bill has been
7
referred by the
of the
President to the
Constitution,
Council of
and
State
that's what I
under
premised
Article
that
90 of this
submission on.
Constitution.
Where a
Parliament
bill
was unable,
passed by Parliament
in fact, there was a
is
letter,
presented to
a
the
cease
President for
and desist
assent.
letter
He shall
signed by
signify
then
within 7
Executive
days
Secretary to the
after the
President,
presentation to the
Nana
Speaker,
Santi-Bediotwo,
that he accents to the
asking
bill or that he
Parliament
refuses
not
to accent to the
transmit
bill,
the bill
unless the bill
as
has
passed
been
by
referred
Parliament.
by the President to the
Premised
Council
on
of
the
State
fact that there was a
under
pending
Article
court
90
case.
of this Constitution.
Even though I think
Parliament
it's
was
important
unable,
we take judicial
in fact,
notice
there was a
that his letter to
a
Parliament
cease
came a
and
day
desist letter
before any lawsuit was
signed by
filed before the
then
court.
Executive Secretary
Thank
to the
you.
President, Nana Santi-Bediotwo, asking Parliament not to transmit
I am
the
asking
bill
you,
as passed by Parliament, premised on the
do
fact
you
that there was a
think that
pending court case.
your
Even though
attack on the
I
Chief
think that
Justice
it's
of the
important we
Republic
take judicial
had any
notice
basis
that his letter to Parliament came a
in
day
the exercise
before
of
any lawsuit
those
was
your
filed before the
constitutional
courts.
rights?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I did not attack the Chief Justice. I criticized her, and
I
she's
am
not above
asking you.
criticism. Thank you.
Do you think that your attack on the
Honorable
Chief Justice
nominee,
of the Republic had any basis?
do you remember the words you
in
used
the
in
exercise
criticizing the
of
Chief Justice?
those your constitutional rights?
Mr. Chairman,
respectfully, I did
I
not attack
criticized
the
her
Chief
extensively.
Justice.
I can't remember
I
all the
criticized
words.
her,
Thank
and
you.
she's not above
Paraphrase
criticism. Thank you.
in context your criticism of her, what you said.
I'm
If you
unable
can-
to repeat
Honorable
any of
nominee,
those here, Mr. Chairman, because it's
Do you
being
remember the words you
exigencies of
used in
time have
criticizing
overtaken
the
it.
Chief Justice?
If there is any specific reference you would like to make,
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
willing to respond to that.
I
Thank
criticized
you.
her extensively. I can't remember all the words.
you write
Thank you.
on your social media
Paraphrase
wall
in context your criticism
those
of her,
criticisms?
what
Did you
said.
write them?
If
I'm
you
unable
to repeat any of those.
I
here,
want to believe
Mr. Chairman,
that I
because
express my
it's
views on
being a-
social media.
The exigencies
Yes.
of time have overtaken it. If
We'll
there is
give you an
any
opportunity
specific
to refer
reference you would like to make, I'm willing
to
to
your
respond
social
to that.
media wall
Thank
and
you.
read aloud.
Did you
and
write
info
on your social
those
media wall
criticisms that you don't
those
readily
criticisms?
remember?
Did you write them?
So go to your social media wall, pick it. We'll
I
give
want
you
to
time
believe that
so
I
that you
express
can
my
read
views
it.
on social
Then we
media.
can proceed.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
would give you an
I
opportunity
don't know
to
about the ranking member, but I'm
to your social
extremely
media
active on
wall
social
and
media. In
read
fact, one of the most
aloud
active
and
politicians
info
in this country on social
those
media. It will
criticisms
be
that you
an
don't
exercise
readily remember.
for
So
me
go to your
to
social
say that
media
I am
wall, pick
scrolling
it,
through
we'll
the
give you time
hundreds
so
and
that you can
thousands
read
of
it.
posts
Then we can
to
proceed.
begin to scan and identify.
Chairman,
If
I
had been
don't
given
know
full
about
notice of
the
this, I could have
ranking
gotten
member,
a
but I'm
team to do
extremely
that.
active on
But
social media.
I believe
In
that
fact,
if
one
there's
of
a
the most
particular case
active
that is in question,
politicians in this
I
country
could
on
be
social
referred to
media.
it. Thank you.
It will be an
Mr. Chair,
exercise for me
our
to say that I am
proceedings
scrolling
allow
through the
a member
hundreds and thousands of
time
posts to begin
to
to scan and
rely
identify.
on an
If
important
I had been given full
document.
notice of this, I could have gotten a
Therefore,
team to do
if
that.
the member
But I believe that if there's a particular case
will
that is
need
in
time
question,
to go
I could be
through
referred to it.
the
Thank you.
particular post.
Mr.
We
Chair,
will give him the time. He should be
our
able
proceedings
to furnish us
allow
with that.
a member
So, Chairman, with the
time
greatest respect,
to
let him have the time
rely
to
on
make
an
that
important
available.
document.
Mr.
Therefore,
Chairman,
if
there
the
is the
member
need for evidence
will
of that,
need
I
time
can
to go
subsequently
through
provide that to the committee. I can
particular
print out
post.
my entire timeline
We will give
history
him the time.
for the purposes of
He
the
should be
committee,
able
because I will not be
to
able to
furnish
tell
us
what
with that.
would be of
So,
interest
Chairman,
to the
with the
questioner. So I'll
greatest
print out
respect,
my entire
let him
timeline
have the
for the
time
committee
to make that
subsequent to this
available.
engagement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if there is the
need for evidence of that, I can subsequently provide that to the committee. I can print out my entire timeline history for the purposes of the committee, because I will not be able to tell what would be of interest to the questioner. So I'll print out my entire timeline for the committee subsequent to this engagement. Thank you.
Honorable Roxon. Honorable Roxon, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, social media has been defined in our statutes. how many social media platforms do you have?
Roxon.
And which one particularly is in question? I have,
Chairman, thank you
we know
very
of
much.
Facebook. We know of Twitter,
nominee,
which is now X. We know
social
of
media has been
WhatsApp
defined
pages.
in our statutes.
We know of
how many social media platforms
TikTok.
do you have?
So
And
Chairman,
which
Chairman,
one
Chairman, it will
particularly
be
is in question?
It will be prudent.
We know of Facebook. We know of Twitter, which is now X.
The
we
ranking
know
member
of,
to
WhatsApp
be specific.
pages. We know
because
of
social media refers to a plethora of other media platforms that are deployed in cyberspace.
It will be prudent.
So if it can be specific, then I believe that the nominee can be properly guided
the
and to also tailor his answers
to be specific
to those particular
because
references.
social media refers to a plethora
Thank you. Leader, would you like to be specific
media
on
platforms
the issue you've just raised?
that are deployed in cyberspace. So if he can be specific, then I believe that the nominee can be properly guided and to also tailor his answers to those particular references. With all due respect, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
I want
Leader,
to
would you like to be specific on
suggest
the issue you've just
to
raised?
you to kindly reiterate an earlier call by
Chairman,
the chair of this committee, which call was to some of our colleagues who join us but are not members.
Suggests to you,
I don't want to mention a name.
to kindly reiterate
I repeat, I don't want to mention a name. But I want to urge
the chair of this committee,
my colleagues who are joining us,
which call
you may
was
say
to
something not for the record.
some of our
But
colleagues
when
who
I
join
hear-
us but are not members. I don't
I
want to
would
mention a name.
respond to you.
I
Let
repeat,
us
I don't want to
ensure
mention a
decorum.
name. But
This
I want
exercise
to
requires mutual
urge my
respect.
colleagues who are joining us, you may say something not
Den
for the
Kopf
record.
voller Ideen, aber keine Zeit,
But
eine
when
eigene
I
Website zu
hear-
erstellen? Mach es einfach mit Strato. Die Strato
I
KI-Tools
would
helfen dir bei
respond to
einzigartigen Texten, Bildern und Designs,
Let
sodass
us
deine
ensure
Website in 0,
decorum.
nichts startklar ist.
This
Bei Strato
exercise
bekommst du alles,
requires
was du für deine
mutual
professionelle
respect.
Website brauchst, inklusive eigener Domain und E-Mail-Adresse.
Some of you
Starte
are
jetzt
knowing
online
some
durch
joy
für
for
nur
the
1
first
Euro
time.
im Monat im ersten Jahr auf strato.de.
The minority is supposed to do its work.
Gemacht.
So if you are a first timer
who has just joined
and you are
Parliament,
here by the grace of God,
you will
take this
schooled
opportunity and learn
to
and
know
not to call your leader names.
the courtesies that are called the leaders,
If you attempt
especially when a leader is on a firm ground
in a
in
manner
his duties.
unbecoming of a backbencher who has just joined Parliament,
Honorable nominee,
You
my
will
respected colleague,
be schooled to know
in your
the
own
courtesies
words,
that are called leaders,
you have had the occasion
especially
to construct
when a leader
to
is on a firm
criticize
ground in
the
his
Chief
duties.
Justice of the Republic in a matter that you were not a party to, correct?
Honorable nominee,
Correct.
my respected colleague,
In your own words,
in
these
your own
criticisms
words,
were
you
written
have had the occasion
on your
to
social
construct-
media
to
platform,
criticize
correct?
the Chief Justice of the
Not
Republic
exclusively.
in a matter
Other
that you were
times I
not a
spoke
party
about
to,
them
correct?
on national media platforms.
For our purpose, let's deal with those that
In your
you wrote
own words,
on your social media
these
platform,
criticisms
correct?
were
Very well, Mr.
written
Chairman.
Very well.
on your social
Now,
media
my question
platform,
to you
correct?
is,
Not
do you
exclusively.
remember the
Other
exact
times I
words
spoke about them on
that you
national media
used in
platforms.
describing the Chief
For our
Justice
purpose,
in your criticism?
Let's deal with those that you wrote on your social
It will be
media platforms,
difficult because,
correct?
like the
Very well, Mr.
Majority
Chairman.
Chief Whip
Very
have
well.
pointed out, I do not
Now,
even know which specific
my
platform
question
you're
to you
referring
is,
to. I have accounts on Facebook,
do you
in fact,
remember
two
the
accounts on
exact
Facebook,
words
a private
that you
page
used
and
in describing the Chief
an
Justice
official page.
in your
I
criticism?
have an X account. I've got an
It will be
Instagram
difficult
account. I've got a
because, like,
TikTok
the
account. I've got a LinkedIn
Majority
account.
Chief Whip had pointed
So
out, I do not
it's-
even know which specific
Like once again,
platform
I
you're
repeat that
referring
out,
to.
Mr. Chairman. I'll
I
be
have
grateful
accounts
if
on
specifics
Facebook, in fact, two
will be
accounts on
applied
Facebook,
to the
a
issue here.
private
Thank
page
you.
and
So,
an official
my
page.
question
I have an
to
X
you is,
account. I've got an Instagram account.
which
I've got a
of the
TikTok account.
platforms
I've got a LinkedIn
did you
account.
use?
So it's
like once again, I repeat that out, Mr. Chairman, I'll be grateful if
supposed
specifics
constructive
will be
criticism
applied
of the
to
Chief
issue
Justice
here.
in a
Thank
matter
you.
that you were not a
So,
party to.
my question to you is, which of the platforms did you use?
Yes. Chairman,
in
with all due respect to
your
ranking,
supposed
we
constructive
sat
criticism
in law
of the Chief
school
Justice in a
classroom
matter
together.
that you were not
We
a party
graduated together. And we are both seasoned practitioners. And we've done criminal prosecution. And we understand the principles.
With all due respect
He
to
who
ranking,
alleges
we sat in
must prove.
law school classroom together.
You are
graduated
interrogating a
together.
nominee alleging certain matters.
And we are both seasoned
He
practitioners.
has given answers. You
And
may
we've
not
done
like the
criminal
answers.
prosecution. And
It
we
is up to
understand
you
the
to put
principles.
into the further and better
He who
particulars.
alleges
That when I refer
must
to the
prove.
fact that you made certain comments
You
by
are
way of criticism of the
interrogating a
CJ,
nominee
it was an
alleging
and so
certain matters.
social media platform.
He has
Here are the
given
prints.
answers. You may not
In fact-
like the answers.
In fact,
it is up to you to
in the
put
course
into
of
the
this
further
committee's
and
work,
better particulars.
you have demonstrated
that when I refer
that those
to the fact
abilities,
that you made
brought
certain
information
comments by
and
way of
material
criticism of the
particulars before the
CJ, it was
committee
an so social media
reference
platform.
nominees to speak
Here
to
are
them.
the prints.
Some you actually
fact-
labeled them exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
In the course of
So
this
in this
committee's
matter,
work, you
with
have
all due respect
demonstrated
to him,
that those abilities, you
if he
brought
hasn't got
information
information,
and material
he may
particulars
still make
before the
progress. But if
committee
he wants to stay on this course,
and
then
reference
you should be
nominees to
providing
speak to
information
them. Some you actually
by way
label
of
them
material
exhibit 1,
particulars
2,
so
3,
the
4,
honorable
5,
nominee
6.
can speak to.
So in this matter,
By admitting
with all
to
due
same
respect to
or
him,
denying same.
if
So
he
we can
hasn't
make
got
progress. With all
information,
due
he
respect,
may
Mr.
still
Chairman.
make progress. But if he wants to stay on this course, then you should be providing information
Thank
by
you
way
very
of
much.
material particular so the honorable nominee can speak to by admitting to say
Well,
or
I
denying
am
same.
presiding
So
over
we
this
can make
vote.
progress. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman.
And you are talking about matters of law. I think as a presiding chair, I have
Thank
the
you very
right
much.
to give space for some of my team members to be able to define matters of law, for me to be able to make
you are
an
talking about
informed
matters of law.
decision.
I think as a
And it
presiding
is for that reason
chair,
that
I
I'm
have the
allowing
right
Honorable
to give
Roxanne
space
to come in.
for
Leader.
some of
And
my team
I hope
members
that is fine
to be
with you.
able to
Thank you.
define matters of law, for me to be able to make an informed decision.
I don't have a problem at
And
all.
it is for that reason
This exercise
that
is
I'm
good.
allowing Honorable
Posterity
Roxanne to come in.
will
Leader.
deal with
And
this.
I hope that is
And the
fine with
jury
you.
is out
Thank you.
there. Students, for many years to come, will refer to these proceedings.
I don't have a problem at all.
But since
This exercise is good.
my respected
Posterity
colleague and classmate
will deal
has
with this.
taken us to the classroom,
And the jury is out there. Students, for many years to come, will refer to
the
these proceedings.
classroom that we
But
are,
since my
the
respected
classroom that we
colleague
are,
and classmate
we have to do
has
some
taken
exercise there.
us to the classroom,
The issue that is being discussed
the classroom that we
has
are,
been attested to by the nominee.
the classroom that we are,
It isn't the case that
we
he's
have to do some
denying
exercise there.
knowledge of any criticism. He said he has done so.
The issue that
And
is being
he says he
discussed
stands by it. It is on that
has
basis
been
that
attested to
I
by
am asking him.
the nominee.
He should tell us
It
the
isn't
very
the case
thing
that
that
he's
he's
denying
admitting to.
knowledge of any criticism. He said he has done so. And he says he stands by it.
He should
But
tell
it is
us
on that basis
where
that I am
he
asking him.
did it.
He should tell
He
us
himself said some was
the very thing
by
that he's
words
admitting to.
of mouth on
He should tell us
platforms. He said
where
it in the media.
he
Some too, he posted them.
did it. He himself said some was
So he
by
should be
words
able to tell us
of mouth on
in
platforms.
an
He said
honest
it
way
in the media. Some too,
where
he posted them.
If, as it were, he had said that,
So he should
he
be
doesn't
able to
remember
tell us
ever saying it. He
in
hasn't
an
said
honest
anything
way
at all. Then I would
where he posted them. If
ask
as
him
it were he had
to
said that,
identify a
he
document
doesn't remember ever saying it,
and find out whether he is
anything
the one
at all, then
as simple as that, Chairman. So he's supposed to answer that question.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, once again, I reiterate my answer that I'm unable to know which of the platforms I have posted on that he is referring to. And let me state for the records, what was put to me was the fact that I had attacked the Chief Justice. I have not admitted to attacking the Chief Justice. I have stated that I have criticized the Chief Justice. It doesn't amount to an attack on her. It's a critique of her. But I'll be grateful, and I'm willing to identify any documents that are available, and I'll speak to them with all integrity and honesty. Thank you.
You have your constitution with you?
Yes, please.
Earlier, the Honorable Roxanne spoke about your rights in the law, and you read the rights, that you had a right to freedom of speech, correct?
That's correct. The Honorable Roxanne read that.
Go to Article 41 of the same Constitution. Read the side notes.
Duties of a citizen.
Repeat it.
Duties of a citizen.
What? I didn't hear.
Duties of a citizen.
Go to Article 41D. Read 41D aloud.
The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of others, and generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons.
Very well. Very well. I shall, Chairman, with your leave. Chairman, with your leave, I shall, through you, forward to the nominee a document for him to read aloud. I have a series of them. Read number 9. Number 9.
SB 1 series.
Must we be prompting you? What is this? We have agreed to do so. Honorable, order, Chairman, honorable nominee, you have, I've turned to number 9. You've seen it labeled?
Yes, please, number 9.
Please read the content of that post of yours aloud.
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the current Chief Justice is engaged in judicial thuggery and poses an existential threat to the dispensation of justice in an equitable, fair, and just manner. Such partisan behavior at the apex court of our judiciary must not be entertained and must be condemned with all the force reasonable people can muster. Judicial gangsterism is a precursor for the breakdown in the dispensation of justice and the doctrine of the rule of law. Common sense ought to be an ingredient in the dispensation of justice.
My respected colleague, what you have just read, was it authored by you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What date was this authored?
On the 27th of March, 2024.
Now, on the 27th of March, 2024, you wrote this about the Chief Justice of the Republic, correct?
Yes, I did.
You have again read Article 41D. For the avoidance of doubt, read it at the risk of being repetitive. Read it one more time.
Mr. Chairman, I remember the content.
Read it one more time.
Well, I'm not going to read the heading again. I'll just read the 41D.
I am asking you a question, honorable nominee.
Yes.
Once the question is allowed, you cannot overrule it. I'm saying read 41, yes, in full. Read 41D.
The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly it shall be the duty of every citizen to respect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of others, and generally to refrain from doing acts detrimental to the welfare of other persons.
My respected colleague, what you have just read as your constitutional duty, and what you have also read as your constitutional rights, if you reconcile, would you say that all those words you used to describe the Chief Justice were fair?
Mr. Chairman, that post was premised on my understanding and reading of Article 296 of the Constitution, and I would proceed to read with your leave.
That's okay. Please proceed.
The side note is exercise of discretionary power. Where in this Constitution or in any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, A, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased based on resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. And C, where the person or authority is not a judge or other judicial officer, there shall be published by constitutional instrument or statutory instrument regulations that are not inconsistent with the provision of this Constitution or that other law to govern the exercise of the discretionary power. Discretionary power is vested with the Chief Justice. She exercised same in the matter before her. My views were what I expressed in the post.
When did you say you posted those comments?
27th of March 2024 at 6:34 a.m.
What occasioned this post?
Activities that had gone on the previous day in court.
Can you share with us the activities that had gone on in the previous day in court, and in which matter?
It was in the anti-LGBTQ case, the case you referenced earlier on. I don't really remember all the details, but I'm fully aware that my comments were in reference to the actions that had happened the day before in court.
You had earlier said that your criticism was premised on a July 28th disappointment. Now you are referring to a March post. So which is which? Just reconcile.
Chairman, at no point in my previous answer did I say that my displeasure with the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice was exclusive to the July 18th ruling. The case had started in court from the 5th of March. I made reference to the fact that the July 18th ruling is what led me to lead a national demonstration against the Chief Justice.
So what exactly did the Chief Justice do to you on the 5th of July, of March 2024? 24, you said 23rd.
27th of March.
This post was 27th of March. And you are saying that based on what happened in court on the 26th of March. And can you tell us exactly what happened on the 26th of March, which led to such description of the Chief Justice of the Republic?
Mr. Chairman, let me be clear that I have answered this already and stated that I don't really remember all the actions that happened there. But again, let me be very quick to add that post this social media post, the Chief Justice has had occasion to write to me on 2 occasions through the Judicial Secretary. The Chief Justice is clothed with the powers of contempt. If she thought and held the view that legally I had erred, the Supreme Court of Ghana is not one that has shied away from using its contempt powers. They have failed to hold me for contempt because I have not erred, and I'm sure that the Chief Justice herself and the Judicial Council and the Supreme Court recognize that constructive criticism is helpful for the dispensation of our justice system. Thank you.
So you hold a view that those words used in describing the Chief Justice of the Republic to you remain constructive and nothing less?
I hold that view, sir.
Clerk, kindly finish me the document. Honorable nominee, please let's go to your CV. Please, where were you born?
I was born in Somanya in the eastern region of Ghana.
I'm not familiar with Somanya. Is it in the eastern region of the country?
Mr. Chairman, I just stated that I was born in Somanya in the eastern region of Ghana.
Now, Krobo, Odumase, and Somanya, are they the same?
I am unable to respond accurately to that. I'm not sure about that. But I believe that one of the MPs from the Krobo area is present in the committee. He can help us with the geography.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, are you familiar with Krobo Odumase?
Yes, I know the constituency, the lower Manya Krobo constituency and upper Manya, yes.
I'm not talking about constituency. I'm talking about a town called Krobo Odumase, Odumase Krobo.
Yes, I know a town like that exists, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. And I'm asking you whether that town and Somanya are the same or different.
I am unable to answer. I told you I'm not very conversant with the geography of the area.
Did you live in Somanya where you were born?
Chairman, before you came in, when I did the introductory part, I stated that I was born in Somanya, but I grew up in Nigeria. My mother is here, my birth mother is here, and if you want her to swear the oath, she will, to testify on at what age she took me. But I was taken to Nigeria at the age of 6 months. At that age, I don't think I would have been in a position to know what my surroundings were. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, are you currently in possession of a birth certificate?
I don't have my birth certificate here, but I own one.
Is it a very old one or the digital birth certificate?
Mr. Chairman, it's a very old one. My parents have done very well to preserve it.
And that has your place of birth as Somanya?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You are in possession of a Ghanaian passport?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 2, actually, but under the same name. A regular passport and a diplomatic passport, all under the name Samuel Nate George. Thank you.
The Ghanaian passport you have, does the place of birth bear Somanya?
Both do, Mr. Chairman.
So you would disagree with anybody who would suggest that you were born in Odumase Krobo? You would disagree?
My parents told me I was born in Somanya. They are the best to determine and tell me where I was born. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, on your CV, you have indicated that you have undertaken a number of courses.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But before then, you have indicated that you speak English, Ga, Dangbe, and Twi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you speak any language of Nigerian origin?
Also Yoruba, dear, sir.
You speak Yoruba?
Yes, I do, and a bit of Igbo. I can tell you my name, Ahambu Sam George.
Don't pay attention to my questions. Pay attention to my questions and then answer my questions. Not for the gallery, but for me. All right? Do you speak Yoruba?
Fairly.
You speak a bit of Igbo?
Yes, please.
To take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend your CV to include Yoruba.
With the leave of Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the committee for me to have to, but I just put the Ghanaian languages I spoke on my CV.
But it is here you stated languages spoken. Languages spoken. So I'm asking, since you say you speak Yoruba, that would you want to take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend to reflect that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it can be amended with the leave of Mr. Chair.
Leave granted, amendment accordingly carried out.
Now, you have stated hometown to mean to be Old Ningo. We've had different descriptions of hometown. So tell you how you come by hometown.
I believe on my CV it says Ahiam, Old Ningo. And Ahiam is where my father hails from, where my father comes from. So that's where my father's house is.
And mom too from there?
My mom is from Old Ningo town itself.
Your CV page 1, you have indicated that you have a BSc Agricultural Engineering, Soil and Water Engineering specialization from KNUST. May I know from you, at KNUST, were you a member of TESCOM?
Never.
Did you at any point join TESCOM outside of, at any of the institutions that you studied?
Never, Mr. Chairman.
So you disagree with any report to the effect that you were once upon a time a member of TESCOM?
That would be an unfortunate lie. I disagree with it.
The state, as part of our vetting, you know that we request for due diligence reports from state security. So, as at January 27, 2025, state security has it that you were once upon a time a member of TESCOM.
This is part of the reason why I'm on record to have said that the new Mahama administration has to overhaul our entire state security apparatus because it's woefully ineffective if it says I've ever been a member of TESCOM. Thank you.
Very well. And you would also disagree to the information given to us that you were not born in Odumasu Krobo. You disagree with them?
Absolutely.
Now, you have on page 2 of your CV. Let's go to page 2. You said you have executive masters in international strategy and diplomacy, London School of Economics and Political Science, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
You have the certificate with you?
Not here, but I can furnish the committee with it. If
Chairman, with your leave, would want to take that later, since he doesn't have it now.
No problem.
Certified true copy later, you can let us have it.
I would quickly make the request to the LSE for a certified true copy.
You have the certificate with you. You have graduated.
I have the original certificate framed. You're asking for a certified true copy.
No, but you can certify it. You can get it certified. Any notary
I would choose to get it certified from the university that issued the certificate for the purposes of this committee. I'll make the request to the LSE.
This perhaps is a legal question, so it's all right if you understand it, sir. Well, for the benefit of your supporters, we are here to also help you. I know you've done LLB. I know you've done LLB. You've not been called to the bar yet. You don't need to write to your school to give us a certified copy. Once you are in possession of the original, a notary public who cites the original can certify. That is the law, which they should know. Now, would you be able to furnish us with a certified copy of that certificate?
If it pleases the committee, Mr. Chairman.
When did you start the program? And when did you finish the program?
September 2021, and I submitted my dissertation in July 2022.
How did you pursue the program?
In person.
Now, at all material times, you were a member of parliament. September 2021. You said, when did you finish it in 2022?
In July 2022.
So between September 2021 and July 2022, you were a full-time member of parliament. And this school is in the United Kingdom. So share with us how you pursued the program.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that speaks to my dedication and diligence when I put my mind to something. I spent most time...
nominee, how did you pursue the program?
Mr. Chairman, that's where I'm going to, respectfully.
I'm just saying that to help you go straight so that we can finish with you on time.
Mr. Chairman, my program was an executive master's program, and I had multiple class periods and assignment periods. So in every month, we had 10 days of physical contact. And then you had essays that you had to present or submit in the ensuing period until the next class. And so again, if the committee would want for me to show evidence of my travel record, I will show how I spent 10 days in London with the leave of Mr. Speaker sometimes, and when I returned to Ghana to make sure that I stayed within the courses. And I had to do that between September and May. June, July, and August. June and July were not, you didn't need to be in person because that was when we were working on our dissertation. Thank you.
Okay, so you are telling us that, so from September, every month, you were spending 10 days in the United Kingdom, every month.
Give or take, yes, please.
No, let's be specific, because you say we can check that from your travel records and all. I just want us to be very specific in the answers. So September, when you started in September you went to UK for 10 days and came back, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I said give or take. There were times when, because of travel periods, and that was at that time, there were still COVID travel restrictions. So there were times when I had to spend 14 days. There were times when I was able to do 12 days because the regulations in the UK were very fluid at the time. For some time, at the early parts, you had to do a 2-day quarantine after entering the UK before you could make yourself available. So yes, I may have gone to school for 10 days, but my travel time included 2 days of quarantine when I entered the UK, so it could have been 12 days. So give or take, it was 10 days at every time.
So you were doing it month on month, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So you can furnish us with evidence of September travel, October travel, November, December, all the way to May, as you said.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, with your leave, would the nominee has promised to furnish us. So
leave is hereby granted.
Very well. So, honorable nominee, we'll take that one.
I recognize a follow-up question from Honorable Roxon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Nominee, did you pursue this program with public funds?
Absolutely not. Fully funded by myself.
Now, this program, do you have an online component of it?
Yes, please. The submission of your essays and all of that.
No, please. My question was very specific. There is an in-person, so I want to find out whether there is an online component of the program. That's all.
Yes, there was an online component.
So in addition to traveling to London, you pursue some aspect of the coursework whilst here?
That's correct.
Chairman, that will be all.
Chairman, I'm taking note of the supposed follow-up which come in multiples, and they are indeed substantive. Mr. Roxon has had his time, but anyway, I would tolerate him. It's fine. Okay, so when did you graduate?
I believe it was in December. I attended my graduation, I think, either in December 2022 or January 2023. I need to refresh my memory, but I think it was in December 2022. It's a matter of public record.
I'm sure when we get the certificate, we'll get to know. You that you fully funded yourself.
Yes, please.
How much did it cost you?
Mr. Chairman, are you asking me the cost of the course or the cost of the entire program? Because
okay,
that would
I'll
include,
break it down. Don't worry.
That would include travel.
Don't worry. I'll break it down for you. First, let's deal with your tuition fee. How much did it cost you in tuition?
I would have to check with my accounts to determine how much it cost. This was a fee I paid about 4 years ago.
With the leave of chair, would want to have that.
Very
how
well.
much? How much in travel?
Again, the tickets vary. May I find out why personal expenditure of mine for my own personal development is now the subject of this committee's inquiry?
You should have said that as your answer.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was asked specific questions about whether I did them. Now, the question of providing same, I said I don't have that here, and it would take the leave of the chairman. So it's your leave that would make me, and I could guess on if my personal expenditure is the subject of this committee. Thank you.
Chairman, as you've granted leave for those information to be provided, we'll rely on the nominee to make those available through the clerk. So we'll proceed. Thank you. Now, on the issue of Kofi Annan Training, International Peacekeeping and Training Center, it's on your CV that you have an executive master's in conflict, peace, and security, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share with us how you undertook that program?
Mr. Chairman, that program was a weekend program as an executive master's at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, and I attended with a few other colleagues. Thank you.
How long did it take you?
It was a one-year program. I completed in 2019, but did not graduate in 2019 because I was out of the country on the date of the graduation. And so I came back in 2020 to join the executive cohort 6. I was part of executive cohort 5, but I joined executive cohort 6 in 2020 to graduate. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, back to your CV, you indicate that you've had a certificate in leadership and managerial skills from NDPI.
That's correct.
Are you able to furnish us with a certificate?
I will do so with the leave of the chair.
Leave is accordingly granted.
Now, have you any registered company, a limited liability company, that you operate outside of your work as a parliamentarian?
I currently do not hold ownership of any company that I operate outside of Parliament.
Prior to this period, were you previously an owner of a limited liability company?
Yes, prior to coming to Parliament, yes, I was.
Can you furnish us with the name of this company?
The first company I think I registered was Events and Multimedia Ghana Limited.
When did you register this company?
Chairman, I don't readily remember.
What is the name of this company?
For emphasis, I will repeat it, Events and Multimedia Ghana Limited.
Who are the other shareholders apart from you?
I don't readily remember, and the company is defunct at the moment.
At what point did this company become defunct?
Upon my entry into Parliament, I stopped working.
When you were operating your company, were you taking only private jobs or you were also doing government jobs?
I never took a government job.
Go through your CV, share with us where on your CV you have provided information of this, your company.
Mr. Chairman, it's not provided on my CV.
With the leave of...
Let's honorable leader, let's get this clear. Is it everything about the nominee that is supposed to be provided on a curriculum vitae? Because this is a defunct company which is no longer operating.
Chairman, respectfully, the nominee has provided us his own CV. The CV, he talks about personal data. He moved from there to profile. He has shared with us his educational background. He goes further to talk about professional experience. He has taken us through conferences he has attended. He has also told us that he is a member of certain boards and agencies. It is therefore proper, as part of the inquisition, to ask which boards he served on, where he's been a director. It is a regular question. And he himself has provided us information as to a company he has registered that he is a shareholder and a director. The issue of it being defunct is a different matter. So, Honorable Nominee, you have said that at the time you entered Parliament, you stopped running your business, correct?
That's correct, because I became politically exposed.
Very well. So, before entering Parliament, tell us, between which period to which period you operated your business? Tell us between which period to which period you operated your business, that your company.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I registered this company whilst I was in the university, sometime between 2003 and 2004. I left the university in 2005. And I believe that I stopped running I stopped getting any businesses after I was appointed communication specialist at the president in 2014. Because at the time, the clientele I had required that they couldn't work with me as a PEP. Thank you.
But you just told this committee that you only stopped operating your business when you were elected member of Parliament, because at that time you had become politically exposed. Do you still stand by that answer?
Yes, Chairman. You see, the nature of business I had long-term contracts. So even though I became a PEP in 2014, I had contracts that ran till sometime in 2016, and it was indicated to me that those contracts will not be renewed.
Now, share with us the period you became a member of Parliament. You were not doing any other business. You were solely dependent on your salary, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as my primary source of income.
Did you have the benefit of any secondary source of income?
Mr. Chairman, I'm married to a very industrious woman.
I don't get it. Please explain.
I'm married to an industrious woman.
Okay, so please explain to her, if you say you are married to an industrious woman, and that is the source of your secondary income, what exactly do you mean?
I mean, my wife takes care of me.
Very well. So, industrious woman, she takes care of you. Are you suggesting that she also paid your school fees for your UK program?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that this committee has asked me to furnish them records of my fees that were paid. I believe that I don't see where we're going with this. Thank you.
No, with the greatest respect, honorable nominee, I continue to treat you with respect. If you say you don't see, yours is to answer. If you need guidance, please seek guidance from the chair. If chair allows my question, and you want to say you don't see, where I follow up based on what you say. I never asked you about your wife. I never asked you about her business. You said your wife takes care of you. These are your words. You say your wife is an industrious woman. These are your words. And that is your secondary source of income. These are your words. So, are you aware whether your wife through her industry has been paying her taxes. Have you become aware of it?
Mr. Chairman, those are my wife's
Please, please. That is personal to your wife. So, with all due respect,
the monies that your wife gives you, which monies you say that is your secondary source of income, do you pay taxes on them?
Mr. Chairman, I have at no point in time before this committee, and I'm on record, said that my wife gives me money. I have at no point in time made that claim. My claim before this committee is that my wife takes care of me. I didn't say she gives me money. Thank you.
Is that your secondary source of income?
I have not said so. Your words, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee would leave it there. Whether they are your words or my words, we'll leave it there. Let us proceed. How did you raise the funds to pay your fees? Because this is a matter of record that you provided.
Mr. Chairman, I had savings. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please kindly read aloud that document you have in your possession.
Dear comrades, take positions at the airport and land borders. None of those who have raped our nation's resources should be allowed to skip town. Those who have stolen the public purse must, in capital letters, be made to account for every peswa. Operation Recover All Loot, in bracket, oral, must swing into full action for our children, for our nation. Let's go. And it has the lion emoji and the Ghana flag and the fire emoji.
Can you share with us those looters, the names of those looters you were referring to, who you were calling on comrades to protect our borders so that they don't escape? Can you share with us those you had in mind at the time you made this post?
All of that information, Mr. Chairman, has been shared with the oral team that was headed by my comrade Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, this is a public hearing. You have made this post, and I'm relying on it to ask you the question. I'm asking you, these individuals that you say they have looted the nation, they have raped us of whatever, can you share with us those individuals? Give us their names.
Honourable Member, with all due respect, we spoke yesterday about the Whistleblowers Act. And there are remedies available for such a thing under a Whistleblowers Act. So in a full public view, asking that the names of those people be disclosed. There are dire consequences for it. I will therefore humbly overrule the question. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, at the time you made this post, did you know about the consequences of the post you were making?
Mr. Chairman, there was only one consequence of my post: to protect our nation's resources. Thank you.
As a law student, do you think that this call for people to go to our borders when we had our security agencies already performing constitutional duties was right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grounded in the preamble to the Constitution. That was the basis for that call.
The preamble of the Constitution.
We, the people of Ghana, or in the name of the Almighty God, we, the people of Ghana, in exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of government, which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity, in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, probity, and accountability, the principles that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, the rule of law, the protection and preservation of fundamental human rights, and freedoms, unity, and stability for our nation, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution.
So, at the time you made this post, you are saying to this committee that our borders were not being protected by the security agencies enough. Therefore, there was a need for you to make a call on ordinary citizens to rush, particularly your party members, to rush to these borders to stop people you consider as looters from traveling outside the country, correct?
Your deduction, Mr. Chairman, not mine.
At the time you made this call,
Honorable Leader,
did you have,
I recognize Roxanne Dahon.
Did you have
one
reason?
supplementary question.
Okay, sure.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable Sam George.
Chairman.
When you made the post and the reference, yes or no, you averted your mind to Article 41, F of the Constitution, and with the leave of the chairman, let me read. The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, F, to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. So your post regarding people getting to the borders and checking others from absconding from the jurisdiction you suspect of having committed some offense, you were exercising your right under this provision?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Sam George, when was the last time you traveled outside the country?
I don't readily recall, but I haven't traveled this year, so sometime last year.
At the time you got to the airport, did you go through immigration screening?
Yes, I did.
Did you see customs officials at our borders, at the airport?
Yes, I did.
Did you find the national security operatives at various points at the airport?
I don't know. I don't know them because they don't wear uniform.
But do we have security systems at our airport?
I would suppose so, but I can't state on the record.
Now, at the time you made this your post, by the way, go back to the date you made the post.
I made it on the 8th of December 2024, a day after John Mahama had won the elections by almost over 57% of the votes.
Had our
order
on that said date, had you any information that our immigration and customs officials had abandoned their posts at the airport and all other borders of the state?
I have not suggested so in my post.
Honorable Sam George, I am asking you a straightforward question. Had you any reason to believe that they had abandoned their posts at the airport and all other borders that they had a duty to protect as officers of the state?
Chairman, once again, I repeat that I have not made such a suggestion in my post, so it can't be attributed to me. Thank you.
Do you know that your call on your party members to move to our borders was to undermine these security officials from exercising their rightful duties enshrined in our laws?
Mr. Chairman, that would be to suggest that our constitution is illegal and unconstitutional.
So are you suggesting that at any point a citizen can post calling on people to take to our land borders and protect it against looters? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, that post was made pursuant to provisions of a duty of a citizen, given the exigencies of the time, the duties of a citizen, according
is equally enforceable through a law properly enacted by the state. Do you know that?
I'm aware of that.
And do you know that as part of the enforcement
I'm fully aware of that.
members, you call comrades? Do you know that?
Mr. Chairman, it is the vigilance of this comrade that stopped the export of 17 pallets of gold that were not protected.
Respectfully, I based on your information, will be pleased to make an application, we'll make an application to the chair to suspend the hearing of your vetting so that we invite those officials at the airport who, according to you, through the vigilance of your comrades, they seized some illegal exportation of some gold. So, because this is a very serious matter, and you are providing us information. So, Chairman, in the circumstance, it is important that we suspend the hearing of this matter to bring those officials who have a mandate to protect our borders, ensure legal exports explain to her why they abandoned their responsibility and it had to take some vigilante comrades based on his call to arrest some illegal gold exploitation.
Honourable members, with all due respect to the ranking and the deputy, the ranking and then the minority leader, we have a clear mandate and no amount of question and answer will be worthy to deserve this committee proceeding to suspend sitting until information is provided. Our procedure doesn't end at this committee. Further actions will be taken after the committee's vetting. So I am unable to grant the request for suspension with all due respect.
Chairman, fair enough. Chairman, then, with your leave, I would want to extract some further information from the nominee so that we invite those officials to appear before us so that, I mean, I agree with you that we don't suspend, but we would have to invite them based on the further information we'll give. Honorable nominee, this gold that was being stolen, can you provide us further details of where and how these comrades were able to assist in stopping this stealing? I mean, lay the foundation with the answer and then we go specifics because it's very important. The nation is listening and it will help.
So is your question seeking for him to mention names of people?
Honorable Chair, I am exercising a lot of restraint and I would plead with you. The nominee said there was stealing at the airport. Some people were stealing gold and exporting. And through his call, there was an arrest. We need to know the details. It cannot be that he will say something and then we cannot have details. So he should provide us the details.
Did you say some people were stealing at the airport?
Mr. Chairman, the sitting of this committee is public records. I never said that anybody was stealing. I said that my call led to the interception of 17 wrongly labeled pallets of gold or parcels of gold. That's what I said. Again, let me state for the record that it is the assumption of the ranking member that the persons who may be lawful law enforcement officers can also not double as comrades. That will be his assumption. Because the assumption is to say that comrades from outside the airport came in. I have not said so as well. Thank you.
Honourable members, I will plead that having regard to the content of the Whistleblowers Act, some questions and the answers being provided may be in violation of some provisions in the Whistleblowers Act. It is for a stated reason. That's why we refer to that particular law, Whistleblowers Act. So I am not even happy that it is being placed on record that some responsibilities being discharged led to the arrest of some pallets of gold. So I intend to direct that that answer be expunged from the record.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can the nominee tell us where this gold was wrongly labeled? Can the nominee tell us?
I'm guided by Mr. Chairman and the Whistleblowers Act. I decline to comment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can the nominee tell us who arrested these gold bars that, according to him, were being stolen?
Again, with the guidance of the chairman and respect for the Whistleblowers Act passed by this honorable House, I decline comment.
Chairman, with respect, the nominee is not here as a whistleblower. If for some reasons it is his pleasure that he would give us that information in conclave without the media, he should say so and we should grant that. You cannot, Chairman, you cannot come to the committee in providing answers to a question, say that it is your constitutional right to make a call to the public to protect our borders when we have security agencies, and then you justify by saying that, in fact, that call has saved the nation. Some stealing, I mean, people were going to steal gold. The state, as a result of that call, that was prevented. Then you are now saying that you come under Whistleblowers Act, so you cannot provide the details. Chairman, let us, the whole world is watching these proceedings. I will not pursue and I will not attempt to show any disrespect to you. But Chairman, the matter in issue is not a matter of whistleblower. In the minimum, I am guided by the little law I've studied. I'm not going into the arena of whistleblower. So if you would want to say that he shouldn't answer a matter that he himself has provided, so be it. I will not pursue it. But I want to put on record that if the nominee prefers to give that information to us in conclave, let us pursue that.
Well, Honorable Minority Leader, we can subsequently explore and look at the law by the nature of the information that we are soliciting. If the law allows the information to be given to us as members of parliament, why not?
Chairman, let's have a clear understanding. Dominique is telling us that based on a social media post, some people were stealing gold, and his comrades responding to that post were able to arrest it. So if for nothing at all, he should be celebrated. He's saying that he should be celebrated for making that post. Chairman, is it the case that we cannot pursue it? If you say so, I will not begrudge you. The record will reflect that the chair of the committee says that we cannot pursue it. This is not a whistleblower matter. So I want to pursue it. If you want to rule me out, I'm fine. So, honorable nominee, my question to you, that those people that you claim were exporting this gold illegally, do you know which company they were working for at the airport or wherever? Do you know where they were working for? Which company they were working for?
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, we are pushing further. The nominee even said that his call resulted into some arrests. He's making reference to his call. So if you want to push further to give details of it, then it means we are delving into what the law otherwise says we shouldn't. So, with all due respect, with all due respect, there are reasons why you give such information to the security agencies. They are not even prepared to mention your name to the public that they got the information from you. So we cannot be soliciting that particular information. The statement he made is that my call resulted into this. I think we should end it there.
Chairman, my duty is to respect your chair and to accept your ruling. So I would accept your ruling on this matter and move on. I will not attempt to disrespect you, however unhappy I may be with your ruling. Well, that's the beauty of democracy. You are the chair. Thank you so much, sir. Please, clerk to committee. Honorable Sam George, you have a document in your hand. Respectfully, I've labeled this as 6. First of all, the document, the paper you have, were you the one who authored it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please, can you read it aloud in full?
Galamsey is Ghana's drug trade. It is to Ghana what cocaine is to Colombia. There are cartels involved. These cartels have politicians, chiefs, and security personnel involved. Our government is complicit and will not do anything about it. And then I tag then President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, bears ultimate responsibility. He has the power to arrest and deal decisively with everyone involved. I don't care what party they belong to. They are wicked criminals. Deal with them. But alas, Nana Addo cannot. He is complicit and a beneficiary. If we want to deal with this canker, we need to be honest and brutally frank with the truth. Again, the lion emoji and the Ghana flag, and then 2 hashtags, hashtag free the citizens, hashtag stop Galamsey now, and I attached a picture of a Galamsey site. Thank you.
What date did you make this post?
The document handed over to me has no date.
But you made this post?
Oh yes, I recognize it as my post.
Now, you said the former president was complicit and a beneficiary. At the time you made this post, you had evidence that the President of the Republic was complicit and indeed a beneficiary of this Galamsey activity?
Mr. Chairman, on the day the President, and even though there's no date on this, I remember this post very well. I made it because I was upset as a citizen of this country that on the day the President was meeting, the then President, was meeting with the coalition against Galamsey, one of whom I believe is in the room, Engineer Ken Ashigbe, his Minerals Commission was issuing tens of new licenses to mine in forest reserves. That's what pushed me to do this.
Honorable Sam George, my simple question to you. Do you think that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, our president,
Chairman, you hear it?
Honorable members, order. Order.
I can understand the enthusiasm. Our president, who was in charge of the government of the day between 2017 and 2025, January 6th, was indeed a beneficiary of the Galamsey activity. Do you solemnly believe in that? That indeed he was a beneficiary of this?
Chairman, my understanding is that the President at the time was leader of the NPP, per your constitution. He was leader of the party. We all saw or listened to the recording between the then Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and the then Vice Chairman of your Central Region party, where he said you needed to do Galamsey because party had sika. The party that he had sika or needed money was the NPP, and President Akufo-Addo was leader of the NPP. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and has his kids in a row behind it like a duck, it is a duck.
Because some two people were gossiping on the phone. Statement. I won't put this to be the evidence.
Honorable Sam George.
Is that his claiming as a lawyer?
Honorable Sam George. So you are saying that this comment by some individuals that you heard is your evidence that the President of the Republic was a beneficiary of the Galamsey activity?
Mr. Chairman, if I'm not mistaken, the President subsequently went to even campaign for the gentleman who made those comments to be as a parliamentary candidate of the NPP. He associated with him. He did not distance himself from it. And Mr. Chairman, let me plead with you. This committee should not be used to whitewash the image of President Akufo-Addo. We know him. The people of this country passed a verdict, and let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Honorable nominee. Order. 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 Honorable members, order. Honorable members, let's have order. Honorable members, order. 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 Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee. You are hereby ordered to withdraw the word. This committee should not be used to whitewash Akufo-Addo. Please withdraw.
Chairman, respectfully, with the greatest respect for you, why am I being asked to withdraw that this committee, it's a plea.
Please.
I'm making a plea to you.
Please withdraw. Please withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw out of respect for you.
Thank you very much. The statement is withdrawn. Let's make progress. The statement is withdrawn on grounds that it is unparliamentary. Honourable members, let's make progress.
Chairman, thank you.
Please, let's have order.
Honorable nominee.
Yes, Chairman.
My respected member, who I would consistently refer to as Honorable Member of Parliament. Please, I'm done with the aspect of where you say Nana Akufo-Addo was a beneficiary. Now let me go to the aspect where you say he's complicit. Do you maintain that part of your submission, that post, that Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo was complicit, as you put it out there in your post? Do you maintain that?
Mr. Chairman, the first paragraph says our government is complicit. Our government is complicit and will not do anything about it. Nana Addo bears ultimate responsibility. He has the power to arrest and deal decisively with everyone involved. I don't care what party they belong to, they are wicked criminals. Deal with them. But alas, Nana Addo cannot. He is complicit and a beneficiary. If we want to deal with this canker, we need to be honest and brutally frank with the truth.
So I'm saying that, I've read it. This job, I've been doing it for some 15 years and more. So I know where I'm getting to. I'm done with the other leg of you saying he's a beneficiary. So back to the complicit part. I'm asking you whether you maintain that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, our former president, was indeed complicit. Do you maintain that?
Given the poor fight against Galamsey, I hold that view.
Get you, please.
Given the abysmal fight against Galamsey, I hold that view.
To what extent do you hold that view that his performance in the Galamsey fight was abysmal?
The president promised to put his presidency on the line to fight Galamsey. There were several instances where persons in the president's government and party were found or accused of being involved in the illegal mining of gold in our country, in forest reserves and water bodies. The president did not show the leadership that he promised this country. He folded, and that's the record. It can't be changed. So as far as I'm concerned, he was complicit.
Do you have any evidence or probative value to the effect that these people that you claim were part of government and were mining were at the presidency?
Mr. Chairman, the government is bigger than the presidency. The government extends even to the ruling party. That's why the ruling party's general secretary and national chairman sit in cabinet. So the party is part of government. And the ministries are part of government. Agencies are part of government. So if persons in agencies and persons in the party, ruling party, are involved in this, the government is complicit. It stands to hold. Thank you.
Okay, so what you are suggesting to us today is that now that President John Dramani Mahama is the President of the Republic, any individual at the party level, say constituency officer in Owen, involved in a Galamsey activity, citizens of this country should loudly say that to the extent that that person is a member of the ruling party, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, respectfully, should be held complicit, correct?
I haven't said so. If President Mahama puts his presidency on the line to fight corruption and is unable to take action in the unforeseeable instance where an appointee of his, there is evidence of corruption, and he rather seeks to clear them like we've seen in the past, then you can hold President Mahama liable. But the President Mahama I know, and his track record that is before this country, we've seen the JIDAS scandal. We've seen previous scandals. He ran a Sunlight campaign on corruption. So I know that if what you are suggesting is not what I've said, but President Akufo-Addo put his presidency on the line. He raised the bar. He raised the standard. And so we hold him to that standard. Thank you.
Now, should any agency, now that President John Mahama is in office, you are again suggesting that should any agency involved in anti-Galamsey activity falter in any way, it would amount to the president himself being complicit, correct?
Not correct, Mr. Chairman. I gave a specific example. President Mahama has been definite on corruption because corruption is the biggest problem.
Talking about anti-Galamsey.
President
we are talking
Mahama,
about Galamsey, so
yes.
let's stay there.
No, Mr. Chairman, because of the question you asked, President Mahama...
Honorable nominee.
Honorable nominee, the question is specific, making specific reference to Galamsey. It's not asking you any question in relation to corruption. So if you can stay within the question and provide your answers briefly, you will do us a very good service.
Yes, I asked you the question. Or you want me
Honorable Chair, please, if the question could be repeated.
My question to you. Now we have President John Dramani Mahama in office. Should any agency involved in anti-Galamsey activity fail, should we say that the President of the Republic is complicit?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you are suggesting that in this current administration, any failure on the part of any agency in the fight against Galamsey should not be held against the president, correct?
He has responsibilities. He will fulfill his responsibilities.
Yes, I know. No, as for that one, we all expect government to fulfill their responsibilities. But my question is, should there be any failing at any agency? Should there be any failing in any agency? Will the president be complicit?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, this is now assumptions. We're building scenarios. I can't speak indefinite to conjecture and scenarios. If we get to that point, I'm sure today we are speaking about this because there is hindsight on President Akufo-Addo's leadership. I believe that we'll have the opportunity 4 years down the line to judge President Mahama, but it will be unfair for me to pass judgment on a man who is barely 3 weeks in office. Thank you.
Please, Chair, with your leave, may our clerk and the clerk to the committee have this and take back the earlier yes, please. Yes, please. Are you in possession of the 7?
Yes,
I've
please.
labeled the 7, please.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Exhibit 7.
Kindly identify it. Is it a post you made, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's a post I made.
Honorable members of parliament who are visiting us, order. I'm not taking chairman's powers. Order. This is an exercise that students will learn something from. Yes, so, honorable nominee, please read it aloud.
As a son of Gandangwe,
yes.
I am outraged and disgusted at the continued abuse of state power and authority and the wanton encroachment and capture of Ga lands. The latest attempt to steal lands belonging to GIS by agents purporting to be from the presidency of Nana Akufo-Addo is shameful and sad. I am yet to hear a condemnation from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapor. He is responsible for the sector, and his children attend the affected school. It is also time for the Gamanche and the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs to man up and speak. Their silence is cowardice and a blot on the integrity of the Gan state. They either speak up or we consider them willing accomplices. The next John Dramani Mahama government from 2025 must recover all such stolen lands and prosecute the perpetrators irrespective of their political colors. Enough is enough. Followed by a lion emoji, an angry face emoji,
and Ghana, the Ghana flag. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
We'll do some little exercise on this post.
Yes, Chairman.
Respectfully, at the time you made this post, did you have reason to believe that the government officials were taking over GIS lands? Did you have reason to believe same to be true?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share with us the grounds upon which this was founded?
Mr. Chairman, I listened to the news that day, and there was the news reported that a team of armed officers purporting to have come from the office of the president had accompanied a private real estate developer to take portions of the land belonging to GIS in the cantonment area. Thank you.
Did you take steps to verify this information prior to the post? Did you verify?
Mr. Chairman, I had no reason to doubt the credibility of the media houses on which I heard the story.
Which media houses did you hear the story?
Mr. Chairman, it was reported, I believe, by City. It was reported by Joy. These are two of the most credible media houses in the country.
And what was the report?
That officers or security personnel purported to be coming from the office of the president had accompanied a real estate developer to take over portions of GIS land.
So you've used the word purported, which means that there was no evidence of state-sponsored takeover of GIS land. You've used purported to suggest that, indeed, there was no such evidence that the government was aiding a private developer to take over portions of GIS land, correct?
The evidence I based on was the news reportage.
Would you want to retract this post?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I will read a Ghana Web story that speaks to this particular issue.
Honorable nominee, the question is, would you want to retract?
No.
Or you still
no, Mr. Chairman.
Answering the question. Nobody asked you to go and read anything from Ghana Web.
Honorable nominee, with the leave of chair, I will let you read. Honorable nominee, please kindly read. First of all, identify the document. Is it a document you posted?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Respectfully, can you read the post aloud and in extenso?
Mr. Chairman, the post was in reference to what you've printed for me, is my post and a post from the immediate past Minister for Communications. So which should I read? I should read both?
Read yours. Read yours first.
I should read mine first?
Yes, please.
Respectfully, Chairman, mine is a response to her post. It will make better understanding if you get the context in which my response came.
So please read all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Lausu posted on 26th April 2021, some people find it very difficult to believe we can negotiate good deals for government. I signed the Airtel Tigo contract. We acquired it for just $1. Someone, an MP, says he heard me say we paid $25 million. A barefaced lie, blatant untruth. Please ask Sam George where he heard that, then sit back and listen to long English, grammar and drama. Just keep your eyes on the ball. How much did we pay to acquire the company? $1. Simple. Then my response on the same day. Someone tell our Minister for Communications that grand posturing and arrogant clapbacks will not stop us on the Parliamentary Committee of Communications and the good people of Ghana from demanding accountability from her. What does she take us for? That she bought Airtel Tigo for $1? How much is the eyebrow pencil she uses to draw her eyebrow? And she thinks she can insult our intelligence? Madam, after basking in the fake funds of your social media followers, prepare to appear before the committee and give us details of the transactions. We will not allow the already burdened taxpayer of our country to be saddled with poorly thought out decisions that impose more debt or hardship on us. Our eyes are fixed on the ball, and I urge you to do same. No long talk.
Do you maintain the content of this post and the language you used in describing Honorable Eslo-Owusu?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Chair.
Hello, order. Honorable Afriye, order.
Please proceed.
Dated 19th November 2024. Clearly, the Supreme Court, led by the Chief Justice, will do everything in their power to protect their demigod, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from signing the Family Values Bill. The CJ should be ashamed of herself. After preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stance when it matters most. Such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. From President Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons. The lion emoji and the Ghana flag. And then there's a picture of the scales of justice along with it. Thank you.
No, not that. Right, Honorable Sam George.
Mr. Chairman.
On what date did you make this post?
19th of November, 2024, Chairman.
At the time you made this post, the court had already given a date for judgment in this matter, correct?
Mr. Chairman, if my memory serves me right, I made this post on the day that the courts decided that they would give judgment after the elections on December 7th, that they will give judgment on the 18th. And that's what premised me saying they will go to any length to protect President Akufo-Addo from signing the bill.
Honorable Sam George, respectfully, the Supreme Court is an independent constitutional body. Do you believe in that?
On the face of the paper, it ought to be.
The Supreme Court of Ghana, through its actions, determinations of matters, is practically independent of the executive. Do you believe in that?
Based on the doctrine of separation of powers, yes.
At the time you made this post, what was your basis for saying that the Supreme Court sees Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as its demigod? What informed that?
I reached this conclusion on the basis that the Supreme Court had the power to hear this matter and give judgment before the elections, but chose to do so after the elections. And that's what brought me to this conclusion.
So, you mean all the judges who were on the panel had one thing in mind: to protect Akufo-Addo, merely because they gave a date which is after the election. Is that your point?
Mr. Chairman, I have not made reference to all the judges of the court. I referenced the Chief Justice. And she had the power to fix the date. She was president of the panel, so she determined the date.
Are you aware that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel at the time you made this post? Are you aware?
Mr. Chairman, that is not correct.
Honorable Sam George, would you be surprised? Okay, so if you come to the conclusion, or if I bring you evidence that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel on the said date that you wrote this your post, would you retract this?
Mr. Chairman, I will be a man of integrity and retract this if there is evidence, which I know doesn't exist, that the Chief Justice was not part of the panel, because she had been on the panel as far back as July. And this was done on the 19th of November. She had always been a part of the panel. But if there is evidence that shows that she wasn't part of it, I'll do the honorable thing.
Honorable Sam George.
The Chairman.
At the time you made this your post, had you really done your checks to know who and who constituted the panel?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I was aware, and like I said, even on the 18th of July, as far back as the 18th of July.
We are on the, wait. I want us to.
Honorable, with all due respect, when you ask a question and the nominee is providing the answer, let's allow the nominee to land with the answer, then you can follow up with another question.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, I am on the 19th November post. That 19th November post, was it after the court hearing, or it was the very day the court gave a date for its judgment?
Mr. Chairman, I don't really recall.
Were you in court yourself?
No, Mr. Chairman.
But you became aware that on the said date, the court had given a date, 18th December, for its final ruling on the matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was reported in the news.
Based on the news reportage, you attacked the Chief Justice, correct? Because of your belief that the Chief Justice was a president of the panel, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, did you become aware? Did you become? Roxanne,
let me ask
Chairman,
I want to ask a follow-up question. I want to ask a follow-up question.
Chairman.
Honorable Leader, I want a follow-up question.
Let me take a deep breath. Let me take a deep breath.
Honorable nominee, did you attack the Chief Justice?
No. Like I've stated constantly before this committee, I have criticized her constructively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, please, the document you have before you, please read it one more time. Let's deal with some aspect of it again.
Clearly, the Supreme Court, led by the Chief Justice, will do everything in their power to protect their demigod, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from signing the Family Values Bill. The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stand when it matters most. Such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. From President Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons.
Would you want to retract this post?
No, Mr. Chairman.
If you become aware that Her Ladyship Lovelace Johnson was the president of the panel and that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel in any way, would you retract the post?
Mr. Chairman, I'm fully aware that when I read the judgment, Her Lady Justice Lovelace Johnson was the lead of the panel. That doesn't take away the powers of the Chief Justice in ensuring the speedy dispensation and discharge of justice.
When you read the judgment, did you see the Chief Justice's name as being part of the panel?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So, in your view, the fact that the court had given 18 December dates amounted to they being in collision with the President of the Republic at the time, correct?
Honorable Leader, I recognize Roxanne Nelson Zapamakpo on supplementary.
No, Chairman.
You come back to your question.
Chairman, with respect, I have asked my question. Let him answer. I have all the patience for these proceedings. If my respected friend, who had his turn, and I never interfered with this supplementary, is now taking advantage to say that he is now doing follow-up, so be it. You are the chair.
Proceed to answer the question, then I will allow his follow-up.
Can he please repeat the question?
All members, order. Honorable Leader, once the nominee is requesting you to repeat your question, and the question is going to be repeated for an answer, Let me take the supplementary question on the earlier answer, then I will come to you to repeat the question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you, about 2 hours ago, when the leader, the minority leader, took you on this path, you told the committee that you made this statement and others at the time when the motion or notice for interlocutory injunction was heard by the Supreme Court. That panel presided by Her Ladyship, the CJ, but ruling deferred by the court to the final determination of the matter. That was your answer. Do you still stand by it?
I do, Mr.
To place
Chairman.
the matters in context.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Chairman, let me seize the opportunity to ask Rankin.
Honorable,
how long has it to go?
Honorable, you are entitled to one follow-up question.
Thank you very much.
Please, you've asked your follow-up question.
Every time you want to.
Honorable nominee, you had earlier on indicated that should you come to the realization that the Chief Justice was not part of the final judgment in the matter in issue, you will pull down or retract the post you made on the 19th of November. Do you maintain that?
Mr. Chairman, can I, in answering this question, read the second paragraph of my post? The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stand when it matters most. Context. She had heard the injunction case, deferred ruling because she wanted to get the benefit of understanding the substantive case. When that time came, she walked away from it. I am a man of deep faith. My faith will never waver when it comes to my principles on homosexuality as a Christian. She passed the buck when she had to take a stance when it mattered most. And that's why I continue to say, such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of a temple with a whip. So it's context. Thank you.
Let's stay on context. Do you know that our faith, as we exercise it, and the law do not operate on the same level? Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
So it would be unfair to attack a judge in a matter of law merely because of the faith she professes.
Mr. Chairman, I did not attack. I criticized. Thank you.
Would you agree with me that it would be unfair to criticize a judge sitting in a court of law for exercising her discretion in law merely because of her faith?
If that judge is also a lay preacher, I would expect that her judgment will be influenced by her calling and by her faith.
Very well. Let me, Chairman, let me take him to the next thing. Hello?
So, I'm a judge. Then,
Honorable nominee, I have given. Hello, honorable nominee. I have.
Yes, Chairman.
I have given you a document, a paper. Please.
With the greatest of respect, this document is not one authored by me. It is Act 1, Scene 1 from Macbeth.
That is correct. That is correct.
I don't know if it is within my place to request from the chairman the relevance of reading Macbeth as a Minister for Communication and Innovations.
Honorable Leader, once the document is not emanating from the nominee, accordingly, he's not supposed to answer any question based on it.
Chairman, with respect. Chairman, with respect.
Honorable Leader, you know the position of the law, that if you are not the author of a document, you are not for the content of the document, and as such, you cannot be asked to answer questions based on a document of which you are not the author.
Chairman, I have not asked him a question. I have not asked him a question. Perhaps the lawyers on this table may assist me. I can make mistakes, and I'm ready to learn. We are allowed to lay a foundation. Around this table, we've laid foundation with constituents, with media publications. In fact, we laid a foundation at the of my questions with St. Francis of Assisi prayer. He read it out. He read it. He has it right here. So, a document that is being read to lay a foundation to mount a question is allowed. I don't know why you are.
Honorable Leader, Minority Leader, Honorable friend, we all know the rules. You haven't asked any question, but you asked the nominee to take a look at a document. Answer from the nominee is to the effect that I am not the author of the document you are asking to take a look at.
Okay, so the proper form. Like I said, we will continue to learn. Honorable nominee, please, you have an extract from Macbeth before you, correct?
That's correct.
Please read the relevant provisions there as in your hand.
I do not know, Mr. Chairman, what is relevant.
You see, Honorable nominee, hold it. For us to know the relevance of what you are asking, good question. He is saying that he didn't author asking him to read. So why would you be asking him when he expressly told you that the document you are giving me, I am not the author? He is not the author. So, my learned friend, Once the answer from the nominee is that you give me a document, I am not the author of the document, it's about telling you I don't know anything about this document. With all due respect. Therefore, I'm able to allow him to answer questions based on the document I'm giving him.
I have to read the content of what I've given him. I've not asked him a question yet, but like I said, if you are overruling my request for him to read the content to enable me ask the relevant questions, if you're overruling me by your ruling, I don't need to stretch it. I will abide by your ruling. Because I need to lay a foundation. I know he's not the author, that is why I referred to it, to enable me to count the question. But if you hold a view that I cannot even rely on it to ask my question, that is fair enough. I will respect your ruling. I will not challenge you.
That is my ruling accordingly.
Very well.
Bring the document back.
Mr. Chairman, please crave your indulgence to make just a statement. I just use this opportunity to apologize to my chiefs who have been sitting here since 7 a.m. Notice. Neneme, nyame ipanyepe, chapi miningepe. Majenya, nyachu. Thank you.
With respect, the nominee has made certain public statements. I need to ask him certain questions based on those statements he's made on TV and all. I, with your leave, made them available to the clerk, to the committee. So we shall proceed to watch the videos, and then would ask the questions one after the other on it. The clerk to the committee was provided with it, and we did this arrangement before the hearing. So please set the technology in place for us to watch the video. Thank you.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president. All right, okay. He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president. All right, okay. He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president. All right, okay.
Honorable nominee, you described the Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute. Do you stand by what you said at the time? Do you stand by it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On what basis do you describe Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute?
Mr. Chairman, I think I was in the spirit when I made those comments, because he never became president. Because I said someone who carried out his will never become president. So I believe the unction of the Holy Spirit. The basis for that, the then Vice President, says that he was a member of the Boys Brigade. The Methodist Boys Brigade.
You've answered. You were in the Order.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Had you heard exactly what the Vice President had said in respect of his relationship with the Boys Brigade as a child? Exactly what he said, the basis upon which you made this statement.
Mr. Chairman, you know, a Catholic is an Catholic. There are things of the Spirit that he may not understand. And so it may be impossible for me to explain when the Spirit and you speak and work under the unction how. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
I have heard you. Are you therefore saying that, led by the Holy Spirit,
Honorable member, can you do us the honorable thing by retracting the aspect of you saying you are a Catholic? So it's of a different faith.
If it pleases the chairman, but I thought these were issues of fact. But if it pleases the chairman,
please.
If it pleases the chairman, I withdraw.
Please, statement withdrawn. Let's make progress.
Please, the technology controller, next video.
The reset of Ghana. A vote for John Mahama is a vote to protect our culture, to protect our family values. A vote for Bawumia and Napo is a vote for homosexuality, is a vote for comprehensive sexuality education, and Ghanaians say no to Trumu Trumu, no to Trumu Trumu, no to Trumu Trumu. We need John Dramani Mahama to come and sign the bill into law. Ayazu, if you love the children of Ghana, if you love our family values, if you love your faith as a Christian, if you love your faith as a Muslim, if you love your faith even as a traditionalist, you know that we do not support homosexuality. Napo must account and go to the Pope.
Yes, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you have any basis to say that the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, as he then was seeking to be the President of Ghana to promote homosexuality?
Mr. Chairman, I said a vote for them will be a vote for that.
You, in your present circumstance, still maintain that statement you made?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Had you any reason to believe that Dr. Bawumia was seeking office to promote homosexuality as you described?
Mr. Chairman, in the tape, I don't make reference to only Dr. Matthew Poko, and there's been.
So, reason to say that Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh was seeking for the high office of Vice President of the Republic to promote homosexuality?
I was speaking to his Chairman.
What is his track record?
Mr. Chairman, as Minister, he oversaw the attempted introduction of comprehensive sexuality education and proceeded to a meeting, a united of African ministers of education, where he gleefully spoke about the benefits of introducing sexuality education into African curricula. Available, we can pull it up and make it available to the committee.
Honorable nominee, you said he presided over an attempted introduction of homosexuality.
Of comprehensive sexuality education, that's what I said, Mr.
Difference between comprehensive sexuality education and homosexuality, is there a difference?
One is an material that teaches on homosexuality. Homosexuality, on the other, act.
You are saying that he presided over an attempt.
The traditional rulers of our, the moral, but for them, he would have succeeded.
Honorable nominee, I am suggesting to you that what you are saying in respect of Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, then as Education Minister, is inaccurate. I'm suggesting that to you.
The facts available to me prove the other.
Please, next video.
I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse. I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse.
No problem. Hello, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You have just watched the video. Would you want to explain what you mean by Nana Akufo-Addo did not steal from the public purse, but he actually stole the purse? Would you explain what you meant by that? And after that, let the public know whether you still stand by that statement or seek to retract.
Mr. Chairman, before I answer, may I seek how many minutes I have to answer? Because I have a litany of over 6 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo that I would explain each one to show Ghanaians that Akufo-Addo and his government stole the public purse.
The question is, do you stand by it? Not.
The question was twofold. So, do I stand by it? Yes. Why did I say it? That's why I'm asking for how many minutes or hours you give to me to run through 700 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo.
If the nominee so pleases evidence against Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and he wants to proceed, it is within his right to proceed. Proceed. That's fine. Proceed.
Honorable members, looking at the time, or the nominee, to be proceeding with over 700 evidence that he is having. So instead, I will urge upon the nominee to make it available for the committee.
Chairman, in view of your earlier ruling, I will be happy to receive all that evidence so that as a house and as part of the proceedings, upon receipt, those individuals who were involved in those corrupt practices will then appear before for us to interrogate the issues, because this is an important matter. So there's no problem at all. We will be. Next video, please.
How many minutes would it take you to state it? Stating.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not just going to state, I'm going to explain. So I'll need about 4.5 hours.
I'm asking you to state. I'm not asking you to give explanation. Can
Chairman,
you state it?
Mr. Chairman, just stating it and not explaining it will not do justice to me. So then, if you won't allow me to explain them for the Ghanaian, then there's no need me starting.
Chairman, I think that he needs 4.5 hours. If it will mean we should come back again tomorrow to continue the exercise, fine. If he has them here, no problem. No, we are here. If he wants to, if he needs to, if he thinks that he has to proceed the 4.5 hours to complete it. Whatever, I leave it to chairman. I leave it to chairman to judge.
Please, let's make progress.
Please, next video. Chairman should submit. That's the ruling of the chair. That he should submit the 700 cases of corruption against those individuals so that we deal with it.
But, honourable members, ranking, we've been here for close to 3 years alone. Do you have any more further questions?
Chairman.
And how long will you go? How many more questions do you have?
Chairman, we have the video series. Please, let's do the third one.
Chairman, honorable leader, you property that though you have unlimited questions to ask, you'll be very fair and reasonable. But today, you've asked a question for close to 3 hours.
Chairman, Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You were in that video, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
In that scuffle, do you think that your role there was most appropriate in the ensuing scuffle?
Mr. Chairman, firstly, I didn't see a scuffle, and secondly, I didn't see any role I played.
Next video.
It's a misconception has been put out. And you know, that's a misconception has been put out. And I listened to that full BBC interview. President Mahama has been clear that he will sign that bill, and he has no option than to sign that bill. President Mahama will know no peace from Sam George until he signs that bill. And he himself has said that to the clergy, that as a Christian, as a member of the Assemblies of God Church, he will sign that bill. It's in that bill.
Honorable nominee, the president, in a meeting with the clergy, suggested to the clergy that instead of passing a law, it will perhaps help if we rather introduce in our curriculum the teachings of our values in our schools for our kids to appreciate the Ghanaian value system. Do you support that proposition by the president?
Mr. Chairman, this is an incorrect representation of what President Mahama said.
Please, what is the correct representation? Would you want to quote correctly if you hold a view that what I've said is incorrect?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can I reciprocate by asking the clerks to send the document I have here, which is a transcript of what President Mahama said, to the ranking member so he can read for the hearing of the public.
Honorable nominee, you don't have such right. Once you are pulling out the document, it is incumbent upon you to read it or you put it back.
I'm guided, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read the full text of what President Mahama said. Proper human sexual, and then there was laughter. It's quite a long name. Proper Family Values Bill. If you remember, there was a court case that injuncted the Speaker from forwarding it to the President, and also restrained the President from receiving the bill. Eventually, that case was disposed of in December, I think on the 18th or something. Yes, so it meant that the injunction had been cleared, but as far as I know, the bill did not get to the President for assent. So the convention is that all bills that are assented to, that are not assented to before the expiration of the life of Parliament expires. And so that bill, effectively, is dead. It has expired. I don't know what the promoters of the bill intend to do, but I do think that we should have a conversation on it again so that all of us, if we decide to move that bill forward, move it forward with a consensus, emphasis mine. And probably, it shouldn't be a private member's bill. It probably should be a government bill with a government behind it, after consultation with all the stakeholders, to see how we know where to move this forward. But it leads us back to the discussion we had. If we were teaching our values in school, we wouldn't need to pass a bill to enforce, our family values. And that is why I think more than even the family values bill is us agreeing on a curriculum that inculcates these values into our children as they are now growing up, so that we don't need to legislate it. And so we will see how all this goes. So I'm looking forward to this review conference to come to some consensus on some of these issues. Clearly, President Mahama is in support of the bill,
but is advising a more holistic view. Apart from passing the legislation, also the reintroduction of our family values into the curriculum of our children. That cannot be a wrong advice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President said he does not know which part the proponent of the bill would want to have. Tell us which part you, as a proponent of the bill, would want to have.
Mr. Chairman, I answered this question earlier, but because he wasn't around, I will repeat again. My chiefs who authorized me and the people of Ningo Prampram who authorized me to start the sponsorship of the bill still hold the view that the bill is necessary. I will engage with His Excellency the President on the path and the way forward. Either as a private member's bill, where the Attorney General will not delay the bill for 1 year in Parliament by not giving us an opinion, and then, or it will come in as a government bill that will all support and pass, like the Speaker has said, urgently. Thank you.
Now, what will be your reaction should there be an attempt to dilute the current state of the bill as you forcefully proposed for legislation?
Mr. Chairman, the ranking member is my senior in the House, and he knows that we have the process of amendments to introduce whatever opinions and views I hold into a bill.
As we speak right now, there is no bill before the House. That bill has expired.
Mr. Chair, we go to the next video. Technology, we go to the next video.
From 110 polling stations, out of 140, at the end of the election at Okankwe Central Constituency, Patrick Yabuama had 14,949. Sadiq had 15,383.
Mr. Chairman.
Total valid votes.
Mr. Chairman. Whilst, Chairman, let me go off record and tell you what I have to tell you. I mean, out of deference to you.
Honorable Clerk of the Committee, approach the chair. Honourable members, let's make progress.
All right, Chairman, thank you. Honourable nominee, we
Chairman.
are having resolved. We would ask some other questions so that when the technical challenge is resolved, we can come back. So let's go to your sector, the independence of your regulators. You may be well aware that global best practices has created an environment where regulators have become increasingly independent. In your view, do you think that the NCA should strive for a full independence, or would you support a policy that will lead to a full autonomy of NCA?
Mr. Chairman, the act that sets up the NCA is about 17 years old. It's way overdue for review. There will be a technical process to review the legislation, and all of that will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Now, on the issue of quality of service and spectrum access, you are very much aware that citizens are so concerned about quality of service from our mobile operators. The operators themselves have expressed complaints, worries about their lack of access to the spectrum and frequencies. Assuming that office as a sector minister, would you commit to providing all the operators with the necessary spectrum and resources to enhance the quality of service?
Such as the data, voice, and digital services? At least, not to be overambitious, but within your first 120 days in office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, spectrum is a finite national resource. It's not infinite. And so the management of spectrum is critical for the maintenance of balance in the sector. We'll continue to look at maintaining the balance in the ecosystem, maintaining the strength of the sector, and taking direction and leading from His Excellency the President. We'll continue our management of spectrum in a way that ensures proper quality of service for consumer experience, but also ensuring that the businesses are kept afloat. Thank you.
So, some analysts project that Starlink, when fully deployed, will include a cell phone service which makes the world one local area, and it's expected that the existing telcos will suffer massive reduction in their value.
Sector Minister, what are your plans regarding Starlink, noting that it is not a local company which can be controlled?
Mr. Chairman, my first obligation, if approved by this House and assume the office of Minister, will be to the businesses domiciled here in Ghana that create Ghanaian jobs. That is where my bias will be to. And so any external business that fails to have presence that can be held to account by the regulator and that creates absolutely no jobs in Ghana will not get the benefit of that office at the expense of our local businesses domiciled here. And so the industry can rest assured. Policy will protect investment.
Policy will protect Ghanaian jobs. I thank you.
Now, let's deal with the issue of tax burden.
the telco tax burden. Did you get it, please? Sure. So the telco industry, there is this perception that there's successive governments have treated the industry as a cash cow, imposing numerous taxes, including VAT, sales tax, corporate tax, heavy customs duties, national stabilization levies, and various local fees. These financial burdens put together, give and take, about 40% of industry revenue. Of course, your government has pledged a repeal of our law, the e-levy, the overall tax burden of our telcos is said to be disproportional. You are going into the industry. Your policy as a government on taxes, is well known. Are the telcos to have legitimate expectation to have equal benefits as you have promised?
Mr. Chairman, once again, a question I've previously answered, asked by one of the members on the committee, but again, I'll reiterate that the tax burden of 40% applies to one of the MNOs. For the other ones, it's about 27.65%. That's still very high. We're committed to looking at the tax handles, especially the COVID levy in there, and scrapping the COVID levy from the tax handles. But again, this is subject to conversations with my brother, Honorable Atufo Singh, the Minister for Finance. We would look at how we would also deal with the main cost elements in the build-up for the delivery of service, which is power. Conversations have started with my brother, Honorable John Jinapo, on what we can do to have an industry tariff like the mining sector has. Thank you.
Let me take you out of your industry, just 1 second, and bring you back. You are in public service, right? And you know that this is our industry. We go through a lot of challenges. The last time when Honorable Muntaka was here as Interior Minister, I think in our interaction, you are staying, there's some debt on you, and you cannot talk. Going into public office, are you aware that some of such circumstances may come your way?
Mr. Chairman, even as a member of parliament.
Just go straight to it because
yes, I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware. Okay. I'm aware.
So, when
yes, I'm aware. Okay. I'm aware.
So, when something happens, hypothetically, it's because there's no such thing. There is some irregularity at MCA. And somebody, because you are a sector minister and the supervisor of that sector, girl goes on radio to say, yes, Sam George is a beneficiary. How would you feel about that?
It's the hazards of the job.
Hold it. Honorable Minority Leader.
With all due respect, I plead with you that after 3 more questions, let's call it a day. On this one.
Oh, okay.
Yes, on Sam George.
Chairman, this evening, my patience
We have had a technical hitch on aspects of what the questions, which we are all patiently waiting for the clerk to deal with it. So when we get there and you decide to take away those rights, I won't fault you, but I will proceed.
Honorable member, with all due respect, I'm inclined to discharge the nominee after 3 more questions.
No problem. Chairman, I won't challenge you. If you take a decision, I won't challenge your decision. That's no problem. So,
Honorable nominee, in your
discharge the nominee after 3 more questions.
No problem. Chairman, I won't challenge you. If you take a decision, I won't challenge your decision. That's no problem. So, Honorable nominee, in your last answer to me, you had said that should there be an incident at the NCA, an irregularity which becomes a national scandal, your answer is that is the hazard of the job. You take it in all its rights. Is that the reason why, without evidence, you accused the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, of being a beneficiary of Galamsey activities?
Honorable Leader, this question has been asked and answered. Proceed to ask another question.
Honorable nominee, do you agree with me that to suggest that a public officer has benefited from a wrong or an act of corruption, it will require you to have hard evidence at your disposal?
I'm not aware. Mr. Chairman, no greater evidence of the corruption in the last administration is needed beyond the results of the last elections. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, please, your last question.
Chairman, at this juncture, let me, with utmost respect to you, protest on the following grounds. One, that you are aware that we have some set of questions, which questions will be mounted on video evidence, which video evidence you and I are aware that the clerk to the committee has explained to us that they are having some technical hitches, which technical hitches they are rectifying. Two, I have indicated to you that I have gotten to us that they are having some technical hitches, which technical hitches they are rectifying. Two, I have indicated to you that I have gotten to his sector questions, which I believe I must have the opportunity to ask. However, if Mr. Chair is of the view that my examination of the nominee be truncated, then I shall protest by not proceeding with the last question that chairman is imposing upon me and I will not disturb your discretion.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questioning after minority leader having the floor for over 3 good hours. I would therefore proceed to recognize the guests here to support the nominee, Mr. and Mrs. A.G. George, parents of the nominee, Mrs. Vera George, spouse of the nominee, Pram Traditional Council, led by the Paramount Chief, Ngenge Tete Waka III, Ningo Traditional Council, led by the Senior Divisional Chief, Ngenge Banahini Asime Tete III, Bishop Raymond Aqua, Administrative Bishop, Perez Chapel International, representing His Eminence Archbishop Charles Ajinasari, La Familia, heads of agencies under the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology Innovations, led by Chief Director, Mr. Alexander Afu, representative of the industry players and NNOs, led by the Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunication, Engineer Ken Ashigbe, Constituency Executives, NDC, and NDC Party Faithfuls in Ingo Pram, led by Constituency Chairman, Alaji Isa Adamu, Vanguard, Madam Obobia Dako Opoku, and all NDC party supporters. You are all welcome. Honorable Sam George, Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee, and we are grateful for your patience to answer a lot of questions. You are hereby discharged, but we will hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Kindly leave the room with your team immediately, and the next nominee should take the chair.
Well, what a long day it has been, and what an even longer night it promises to be. The vetting of Samuel Nate George, Minister Designate for Communications, has just ended, but not without drama. We saw the engagement between himself and the minority leader, who serves as a deputy ranking on that appointment committee. They together, between the minority leader and the nominee, Sam Nate George, have gone at it for more than 3 hours. It was the expectation of many that the appointments committee will bring proceedings to an end for today and continue tomorrow. But following the announcement by the chairman of the committee, they are determined to proceed with the advertised veterans. And so we have seen taking his seat the Minister Designate for Sports and Recreation, the Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, will be joining the field pretty shortly for the vetting of Kofi Idi Adams for the position of Minister for Sports and Recreation. But for the veteran of the Communications Minister designate, Samuel Nate George, quite an interesting one. Questions covering a vast area of expertise. His area-specific questions or sector-specific questions were asked, and of course, for that segment between himself and the deputy ranking, that's the minority leader Alexander Afenyo Markin, heavily dependent on what the nominee has said previously, or what post he had made on social media and what communications he had put out there in previous times. Most of them, of course, largely having to do with the passage of the anti-LGBTQ plus bill, and of course some utterances made before and during the 2024 general elections. It's been quite interesting to see the two gentlemen pose questions and answer same, one from the receiving end and the other given. That has been the session with Samuel Nate George. We're live on Channel 1 television and on radio 97.3 City FM if you're tuned in and listening to us. The committee continues to sit and is readying to vet the Minister nominee for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Idi Adams, the Member of Parliament for Buem. And so we should be getting that ready for you so we can join proceedings of the appointment committee. Let's take you back to the committee room at Parliament and join proceedings. But you're still watching Channel 1 television and listening to us on 97.3 City FM. All throughout the day, we've been bringing you a live coverage of the vetting of minister nominees, starting with the Honorable Rashid Pelpu. And then, of course, we've seen that of Samuel Nate George, which has been, of course, the longest for today. Up next, after the vetting, we'll bring you our major bulletin on TV, the Channel 1 newsroom, right here on this channel. My name is Nana Tufo Boate. Many thanks for your time. We have more right here for you on Channel 1 television.
Thank you very much. Exactly the reason His Excellency the President, in his manifesto for the 2024 general elections, which we're going to be implementing, saw the need to decouple youth from sports. And therefore, we are going to focus a lot more also on other sports that is described as lesser-known sports.
Thank you. One more.
Thank you. You have additional question?
We don't have a problem with
Honorable members, I will give the floor to the ranking member and the minority leader.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Our former minister will have some few questions for you, and then I'm sure I will round it up, and then we'll be done with you. So please indulge him and then take some few questions from him. We really don't have a problem with you. We don't have a problem at all with you. All right? No.
Honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Let there be order. Let there be order.
Honorable Kofi Adams, my good friend and brother, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your nomination. As someone, if this August committee and parliament approve will be succeeding me as the Minister for Sports and Recreation. Honorable nominee, thanks to His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ghana now have a world-class sporting facilities. One, the aquatic center, which is a world-class, which can be used to host both continental
Honorable
and global.
Sports Minister, do you have a question?
Congratulations, honorable nominee. Honorable nominee. Can you imagine? Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
I'm just referring the nominee to the various sporting facilities that we have constructed, and I'm asking the nominee, how he's going to. I'm a former minister who have supervised the ministry for 4 years, and I'm going to ask my successor questions, and you're asking me I shouldn't ask the questions just because I'm laying down the foundation. Please.
Put on your microphone, you shouldn't go ahead. If he doesn't want anybody to talk, nobody to talk.
The angle you are going is very bad.
What's grateful?
Don't create a problem. We don't have any problem with him.
Honorable nominee, may you listen to me? Honorable nominee, please convince.
Put it on.
Honorable nominee, there are many in the sports fraternity. Ever since your nomination was announced, please convince us, honorable nominee, many in the sports fraternity, over the period, ever since your name was mentioned.
Honorable nominee,
the Honorable Kofi,
I was asking you a question
Adams,
based on the number of sports infrastructure that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo have constructed for the sports federation of this country. And I was just asking you,
yeah, that's fine.
But you gave me the
opportunity
to ask the
answer,
question.
Please.
Chairman.
Honorable.
Chairman.
Honorable, do you want me to repeat the question,
Chairman.
Mr. Nominee?
Chairman.
I said initially,
Chairman,
that ever since your name was mentioned as a nominee, many in the sports fraternity doubted. They said, where is Kofi Adams coming from? Please convince. Please convince the sports fraternity that you are up to the task and you are up to the job.
He has the floor.
Thank you.
He has the floor. He has the floor. He has the floor. Why?
Answer.
He has the floor. Former sports minister. You are not. Why? Oh no. No. Keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Why are you allowing this? Keep talking.
That's what I'm saying. He should give.
Keep talking. But how long is that going to take? How long? To lay foundation and allow the man to ask questions? Oh.
No, we won't put it off.
Allow him to ask the question.
No. Why you put it?
Him.
Are you the one?
Please, ask your question. When you finish, I will look at my left.
Does he take anything away? 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 No. I think you should put on.
We are not going anywhere. We are going to be here to ask all the necessary.
No, that was the question. Honorable nominee.
For campaign, we are here to vet the nominee. So if any member who want to ask question but is unable to take guidance from me, I will overrule the person. So, Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor. After that, I can come to Honorable Yusuf.
Most grateful, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations on a deserved nomination. Indeed, when your name was mentioned, most in the sports fraternity said, oh, you are not part of the sports system. Please convince Ghana and the entire world that you can do the job. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It is the case that some say so, but majority are also very happy that I've been nominated. I will not disappoint Ghanaians, and I will not disappoint His Excellency the President. I will deliver and won't also disappoint myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Yusuf. Please, question.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for the opportunity. And once again, I want to congratulate the nominee for his appointment. Chairman, let me put it on the record that the nominee, I don't have anything against the nominee. He's coming to succeed me. And now I have the opportunity from you to ask him a question, a simple question. And I was just going to ask him the various sports infrastructure that we have constructed. Looking at our maintenance culture, how is he going, what steps is he going to take to ensure that these sports facilities, and I was making reference to the Baltimore sports facilities that we have constructed, the Lagos sports facility that we have constructed, the cricket oval at Achimota that we have constructed, then also the hockey pitch that we have constructed. How is he going to ensure that all these facilities are certified by the international bodies? How is he going to ensure that these facilities are maintained so that they can use to host international sporting events in the country? Thank you.
Well, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, we are going to improve upon maintenance culture.
We will not allow any facility to deteriorate to the point that we could even be banned from using it. So the very minimal resources we have, we will spend it to make sure we maintain what we have whilst we build new ones also. Thank you.
Any further question?
Chairman, yes. One of the objectives of the ministry is to ensure that we get our national teams to participate in international competitions. and to win medals for our country. We won the only medal in 30 years in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. We also increased our medal table in the just ended African Games. We also won 6 medals in the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. What steps is he going to take to ensure that we improve on the medals that we get when we participate in international games? Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's the case that arm wrestling was what saved us recently. But we truly will be investing heavily also in the other sports where we used to do so well, boxing, athletics, and what have you. It's equally so unfortunate that just yesterday, there was a draw for the African Cup of Nations.
Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order.
Ghana didn't feature. We worked very hard to make sure that we get back to the glory days. Thank you.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee just mentioned that it's just arm wrestling that saved the country during the African Games, and I want to put on record, it's not just arm wrestling, because the black satellites.
Honorable Yusuf, he is entitled to his answer.
Yes, and
you are also entitled to your view.
Yes, so my view have to be expressed.
Once the answer is placed on the record, if you have a supplementary question, go and ask the supplementary question.
Chairman, the follow-up I wanted to do was also to put the facts right, that during the African Games, our satellites and the Black Princesses, and also most of the boxing, for example, and athletics, almost all the sporting discipline won medal. So if the nominee is here, and that was the best performance in the history of since 1965, I have the right to set the record straight as well. Yes. And so the follow-up that I want to ask my successor, Mr. Chairman, is to ask him that what training measures is he going to put in place to ensure that our athletes get prepared very well in participating in international competition? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have indicated that we will improve grassroots sports. And we're going to go back to the intercolleges days, because you need to catch them young and train them from that point. You don't let them mature to a certain stage before you start investing in them. We want the reverse of the pyramid and make sure that the pyramid stands with the base being larger and broader. Then as it peaks, where it becomes commercially viable, you reduce investment. So we're going to do that and then improve upon our pitches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee, my last question to the nominee, Honorable Kofi Adams, has to do with budget. Normally, the ministry, we have a lot of federations. We have more than 56 federations. And outside this federation, we have national commitment to our football. And we all know that Ghana, when it comes to football, our passion is so very high. The budget the ministry receives mostly is less than $34 million US. In their manifesto, they indicated that they will be paying sports. Sports is the manifesto that I'm just. In their manifesto, they indicated that they will be paying the national, the clubs, the players that plays in the Premier Leagues, the local teams, first division and second division. Can you tell us whether he knows rough idea, the budget that will be used to cater for this? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are committed to every manifesto promise. We will be discussing in details the modalities, and we'll make sure we implement it to the satisfaction of the playing body.
Any last follow-up? I will proceed to give the floor to the ranking member.
Please, With respect, yes, but Deputy Whip and Chief Whip want to have some few questions, so grant them.
Honourable members, Deputy Whip.
Mr. Nominee, Honourable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
As President of Ghana Weightlifting Federation and the Deputy General Secretary of Ghana Olympics Committee, one of the major problems of Ghana sports is money, funding.
Well, thank you very much. We have discussed funding. I'm aware that we have a debt of about 468 million sitting there that must be dealt with. I equally also know that the challenge we have is the NSA, which is the bridge. Sometimes is not allowed to also interface and deal with GFA, especially when it comes to Black Stars funding. We intend to make sure that we re-strategize so that NSA will play the role it's supposed to play. And some amount of money will be made available from the savings to get the other sports functioning. Again, we will have to receive budgets from all of them. So the lesser that come, every federation knows how much is available to them. So none will be left out.
Mr. Chair, yes. I also want to find out, do you have any plans with reference to footballers who are no more playing, other sportsmen who are no more in active sports? Do you have any pension plans for them?
Well, we have talked about this in our manifesto that we want to encourage the active ones now to make sure that they contribute to a pension scheme. I am sure when I get into the office through the approval of this committee and the House, we will work other modalities to see those who have already retired and see what we can do for them. You remember some time back, His Excellency the President, then candidate, have to intervene to save the goalkeeper of the Black Queens to get her a decent accommodation. I don't think that our heroes and heroines should go through such a situation. So I agree with you that we must do something about that.
Just a follow-up. Have you met the PFAG, Professional Footballers Association of Ghana?
No, please, but I've been engaging individuals, not as an association, but individuals who have retired, I've been engaging them.
My final question. Have you also had the opportunity of meeting with the Ghana Olympics Committee, specifically maybe the president and then the executive board, President Benunu Mensah and executive board, to know what plans we have towards Olympics qualification and any other Olympic sports?
When this House confirms me and I'm sworn in, I will engage all of them. But currently, like I said, I'm having some engagement and I've engaged Benunu Mensah as an individual.
Thank you very much and I wish you well.
Thank you.
I proceed to take question from the Chief Whip.
Mr. Chair, thank you. My good friend, Kofi Adams. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Thank you.
Don't believe the propaganda. We in the minority, we support you. Don't worry. We support you. We know you will do a good work. My first question would be on, now, as we are all aware, your ministry's designation has been changed, and there is an addition of recreation, which you do know very important, the effect of it on our health and other concerns, so critical. What thinking are you going to the ministry with to strengthen that aspect of that ministry?
Thank you. I have always believed that a very healthy nation will be highly productive. And one way of being healthy is being active. And so we're going to promote a lot of active lifestyle in all our communities and to encourage many persons. I've seen Even media platforms encourage persons, and the turnout sometimes is so beautiful. So I want to help to reduce our health bill by making sure that we are very active up to the very minimal level.
Okay. The number of astroturfs we have in our country now, I don't know if you have taken inventory of the number now. What we have now, are you aware of it? The total number of astroturfs we have?
I don't know the total number that we have. However, I have some concerns about the astroturfs. Some of them, truly speaking, have not been constructed to standard. And I don't know whether you are aware that in one instance, it resulted in a very serious injury to the head of a player because the space between the touchline and the metal was so close, it's not up to standard, that it caused an injury when the player was chasing after the ball. So we will look at them, the ones that are not standard, in order to avoid some of these injuries. Maybe we may not use them for such other sports, but we don't use them for football, but we can use them for other sports and recreational activities that will not demand a certain chase of the balls.
Honorable nominee, I'm sure you agree with me that our Premier League, it's maybe for want of better expression, and if I'm going to be charitable in terms of the description, it's a pale shadow of itself. If you do agree, what are the plans beyond the Kotoko and Hearts? Hoover Adeb, I'm not too sure. I used to be a fan, though. I used to be a fan of Hoover Adeb. Yes. I know if you agree, what do you intend to do? What do you intend to do to up the steam again?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have talked about a number of things that confront our Premier League. It includes even the technical stuff. And that's part of the reason why we said we're going to modernize and raise the Winneba Sports College into a university where training of professionals will be quite high, so we can have a lot of technical persons that can handle our clubs. Again, we talked about giving them some allowances so we can retain a number of our players. Some of them leave the shores of this country to go and play in war-torn countries just because their earnings are so low. So the whole idea to retain players by giving them some stipend will go a long way to help improve our leagues. Of course, we want to also bring back the love so that fans can get to the stadium and watch their teams play.
Honorable Adams, this will be my last question. Kofi Adams, from where you sit, what are some of the challenges you have identified? I concede you are yet to go to the ministry, but I also know that you've done some work. Some of the challenges you have identified of the sports ecosystem and how you intend to track these problems down.
Well, number one is funding. Number two, poor infrastructure. Lack of renovations of some of the infrastructure that we've put in place. The technical competence of some of the persons who handle some of our sports is just not there. We intend to make sure that we improve upon this. Yes, it's good to have former athletes or former sports person help in training, but sometimes they do not have the skill of coaching. So we need to also upgrade them, improve them through the college system that we're going to be putting in place. Of course, we also want to give scholarships and opportunity of learning for the young ones who will be identified very early. So a lot of factors will come up as a result of the challenges that we've found. Thank you.
Chair, let me thank Honorable nominee, congratulate him, and wish him all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I know we have one more to go for the day. I don't have any question. I want to yield to Honorable Jampa to do his, with your leave. Then
Honorable Jampa, proceed to ask your question, but who told you you have one more?
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Honorable nominee, and my teacher at Adesade College. Honorable nominee, I want to ask you this. You've taught in Adesade College before, right? And you've been in Central Region. You know those days when you talk of sports, you talk of
Can we have order?
Now, Winneba Sports College is underutilized. And it was a place that we used to train coaches. And a whole lot of sportsmen came from Winneba Sports College. What are your plans to lift the image of Winneba Sports College? How are you going to make it look like in the olden days, 1990s, that Winneba Sports College used to be?
Thank you. You are right that the Winneba Sports College is now in a very sorry state. We have about 4 football pitches there. Only one is still really available for use. The rest have been left to deteriorate. The guest houses are in very bad state. The hostels in bad state. But the management of the Winneba Sports College have begun something. When approved by this House,
Let there be order.
We improve upon it as indicated, because our intentions is to turn it into a model university that can train coaches and other sports-related professionals as indicated in our manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Honorable nominee, I want to ask you this.
Honorable Umar and Honorable Jerry Shaib, please, let's have some order.
In those days, when inter-schools, we are doing inter-colleges, you know the zeal, superzonals, inter-colleges. These days, you don't hear of this. The sports are going down. And for Ghana sports to improve, it starts from our basic schools, our secondary schools. Please, my question is, how are you going to link the inter-schools, or how are you going to link school sports into the national development?
Well, thank you. If you observe, in 2016, we passed an act. And in that act, it's indicated clearly for us to have school sports development agency. And so we seriously going to run this in a much more serious and a coordinated manner. This time they do it biennially, and because of that, some people go through school without having the chance to practice their talent. That will stop because we're going to run it and run it a bit more seriously. I've engaged the Minister for Education, and would make sure that together the National Sports Authority and Ghana Education Service will collaborate to see to it that school sports improve.
Honorable nominee, my last question. You are my teacher, so my last question to you. You know, when I was in Adesade College, I used to run. I was an athlete. And these days, even when you ask some of the students to go and do sports, they even get it very difficult to buy this equipment, like the running shoes and other things. You know, the sports equipment now are very, very expensive. How are you going to support these young ones who have that interest in doing our sports to make Ghana proud?
Well, thank you very much. One of the things I will be pushing will be some level of exemptions for importation of sports equipment that will go directly to either schools or clubs, registered clubs. And they can have an ownership with the National Sports Authority so that individuals cannot use the opportunity to bring in stuff that they will sell in the open market. So we'll work on that and get them some tax exemptions to be able to clear these goods.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minority Leader has a closing comment.
Honorable nominee, there is nothing more from our side. We wish you well. You will hear from us. Chairman will discharge you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, here we don't clap. Please, please. May I proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered guests. First in my list is Honorable John Kojo Japon, OT Regional Minister and former OT Regional Chairman. Former Voter Regional Chairman, current OT Regional Chairman, and OT Regional Minister. Mrs. Cynthia Opoku Adams, spouse of the nominee. Mr. William Kate, Chief Director, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Nana Ajay Tete, Pase Brentuo, Adonti Hini of Buem, and Chief of Jasikan. Nana Kaklamasi Obo Kuma, Bandana Chief of Tetema. Nana Abdulaiti Buati Buaka, Chief of Baglo Buem. Nana Olatidi Opongo, Chief of Jolu Buem. Nana Apobia, Paramount Queen Mother of Buem Traditional Area. Alhaji Abdul Kadir Tanko, Governor of Faidha, Ghana. Mr. Ben Nunu Mensah, Ghana Olympics Committee. Nana Apinkra Kwesi Ewua, AMC Chairman, Asante Kotoko. Mr. Eric Adom, Buem Constituency Chairman. Executives of Sports Federation, Association, and Supporters Union. Our revered guests, you are welcome. Honorable Minister Designate, you are hereby discharged. You will hear from the committee. May the next nominee take his seat.
I, Joseph Bukari Nkwe, do in the name of Almighty God swear that the evidence I can give before this touching the matter shall be the
Honorable Minister Designate, proceed to tell us about yourself in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Joseph Bukari Nkwe, a native of Saboba. I did my basic and second cycle education in Saboba, Tamale Polytechnic, certificate in education, Kumasi campus, Winneba for my first degree, Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center for my second degree. I worked with the Ghana Education Service as the technical officer and training officer. I also became a member of the Naloni electoral area in the assembly and also became a member of parliament from 2009 to 2016. I lost the 2016 elections and relaunched my political career in 2020 till date. Mr. Chairman, this is Joseph Bukari Nkwe.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed. I'll give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
Our revered guests, please get seated in silence. Let there be some order.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations, and I wish you well. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Likwe, congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Our revered guests, please. Our revered guests, please. Take your seat in silence. Please proceed with your question.
Honorable nominee, could you kindly tell us if you have any plans of ensuring that transport owners, as in commercial transport owners, are properly clothed when they are doing their commercial business, and that littering whilst on vehicles are also stopped? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Transport Owners Association, or the transport operators in our country, play a major role in helping us move from one location to another. The only thing to do is to give them the proper education, such that they will create bins in their vehicles and to give space for passengers to drop anything that they would have used. Thank you, Chairman.
Please, any further question?
Yes. So I also want to find out.
Please proceed to provide your answer.
Honorable nominee, my next question is about airfares and the kind of air buses that ply our area. We've had problems with some planes coming into Ghana, and most of them as compared to some other countries. For instance, planes that fly from maybe Dubai to Nigeria, and the ones that fly from Dubai to Ghana, and the type of aircraft, when you normally try any of them. So if you are flying from Dubai to Nigeria, and you have to fly from Dubai to Ghana, you see that the aircrafts are very different. And we end up even paying more with reference to airfares. Any assurances on how to deal with this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The operatives in the aviation center or sector needs constant engagement. They also need for you to improve upon your facilities. For instance, doing business in Ghana airspace sometimes looks very expensive, so they pass on the bills. If we have centers to maintain or for them to refuel and they will not go to any other country, at least doing the cost of business will be reduced and airfares will also have a reduction in them. So when approved by this committee, it is my interest to engage them, saying that we look at some of the operational challenges and government address them for them to be able to operate freely in our airspace. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, this is a follow-up. So just to bring to your attention that services generally for a lot of aircrafts coming to Ghana are not the best. So just want to find out if you have any plans to ensure that Ghanaians or passengers coming to Ghana and traveling outside Ghana, out of Ghana, are given the best of services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, it's about engaging the airline operators and letting them know that the services they are rendering to us, we are not pleased with it. Such that they will be able to now review, or you will review together with them. You can create the enabling environment for our passengers or our people to enjoy comfortable travels. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I just want to wish the nominee well. As a Sabuba boy, I'm very sure he's going to deliver. And I'm sure the Uchabobo himself is here to support you. I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I give the floor to Ritana Odolesoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I'll come to you.
I wish to congratulate the nominee. I wish to congratulate the Honorable nominee by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, and I wish you well in your ministry. I know and I trust that you deliver. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Dominic Nitiwood, Honorable.
Honorable Member.
Former Defense Minister.
Yes. So first of all, let me congratulate you on your nomination to the high office of Transport Minister. You are one of the few people who, across both sides, really doesn't have much problems. That's why you see they are not, even though they will grill you to find out exactly your competence, but character-wise, they don't really have a problem with you. But duty calls. So it's my duty to find out how you are going to handle your position and wish you well. I mean, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the people of the Sauba area. You are my brother. When it comes to politics, you are here. I want to take your seat. You want to take mine. But I wish you well. And I have to congratulate you for where you have gotten yourselves up to. And I wish you really, really well from the bottom of my heart. But Honorable, you are going to operate in the transport ministry that encompasses all these railway, airports, the roads, the transport area, these buses, all these things. Our people want to ensure that they can travel in safety and in dignity. You have all these transport unions who you are going to manage. You have all these airport people you are going to manage. I want to find out from you how you will be able to put up all these groups of people together to ensure that 4 years down the line, we do not hear issues regarding your ministry when it comes to the issue of transport in this nation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our transport unions in the country, like I said, they've done a lot to help us move, to help us transport our goods. They are the only major players when it comes to the areas of transport. Engagement with respect and openness to them. I would, if approved by this committee, try to establish the relationship between the unions and the ministry, such that we will engage even before any issues of disturbances will arise. So when given the nod, I will continue with the engagement with the unions to ensure that I will help them to solve some of the problems that are affecting them, such that any time we will also have to engage them in the reduction of fares or in the fixing of fares, they will listen to us and act to help Mother Ghana run. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the world is changing. In a country like Germany, especially Europe, the United States, China, a lot of countries, they are giving themselves between 2030 and 2035 not to have diesel-run engines on their roads. Especially in Ghana, the previous government wanted to put a policy of running public transport with electric. I want to find out from you, looking into the people of Ghana, which will have drastically reduced transport fares, whether you will continue with that policy when you are giving the nod by Parliament and, of course, sworn in by the President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I heard the question very well, it's indicating that the past government already ordered some electronic vehicles. If so, we'll put them into use, assess them and see whether they are suitable for our conditions. And if they fit our conditions, why not? We will continue to enroll them onto our transport sector. Thank you, Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, once again, I want to wish you well. I'm sure that this committee will find favor in you. I want to really wish you well and also hope that you make sure that as I said before, he's my brother. But once I am here, he's there. So politically, we are directly opposite. But when we get home, we go to the same house. So when we get home, we'll fight in the house. But I wish you really, really well. God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman. It will be a positive fight.
Thank you. I recognize Achikwi.
Okay, my friend. Congrats. Congratulations.
Thank you, leader.
Just one or two questions. I'm concerned about vehicular traffic. And if you scan around the world, city authorities are taking measures to control vehicular traffic and movement of public transport. You can bring London and other cities in wake, where the movement of private vehicles to city centers attract some extra taxation or some payment of some funds, Traffic congestion is a problem and a challenge in our transport sector. It impacts on economic activity, movement of goods, people here and there. It's a challenge. Have you reverted your mind about it? And going into this very important ministry, what kind of solutions do you have to address this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at our transport sector, it is only the road transport that is being patronized the most. Sometimes the air transport, leaving the rail and then the sea transport. If I'm approved by this committee, we will engage the private sector to also venture into the sea transport, the rail transport, such that we can ease our roads, or maybe we'll have alternative means of travel to get our roads decongested. So, Chairman, if I'm approved, these are some of the things we are going to be doing to ensure that we have an effective and efficient transport system in our country. Thank you.
Honorable, this is the last one, the very last. What is your appreciation of the Buankra Inland Project? I'm sure you have had some briefing on it. If you are not, well, you are the technical person. If you are not comfortable to speak to it, fine. But if you are, what kind of facts can you share? And going to the ministry, what assurance can you give to Ghanaians that indeed is something you are going to follow through to see to its completion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Buankra Inland Port, as present, is about 75% complete, meaning that it is still having some works to be done. But the operational challenges are that we do not have any railway lines to the Buankra port. And so we still rely on cargo trucks by road. When I'm given the approval by you, the next thing to do is to engage the private sector, so that we can get them to invest in the railway to Buankra to Kumasi, so that they can cut bulk cargo and passengers to the Buankra port and from Buankra port up to Kumasi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Minority Leader.
Honorable nominee, first, you're welcome to our hearing one more time.
Thank you, Leader. Chairman.
So, were you aware of this portfolio prior to your being nominated?
No, Chairman.
Have you received briefings on this portfolio after your nomination?
Yes, Chairman.
Which agencies are you going to have under your ministry?
Mr. Chairman, I will have the air sector, the road sector, the rail sector, and the marine sector. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I wish you well. You will hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. My brother, Nikwe Kaula.
Alafi, Chairman.
Aman Alafi.
Chairman, Mala Alafi.
Congratulations Let me proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered guests. First on my list is Peace Mahama, spouse of the nominee. Ucha Bobo Mataboan, Adolf Ali John, H.E. Moses Bukari, Mobingbana, Mabingban, no. I am pronouncing what is here. Mabingban. George B. Umbe, Constituency Chairman. Bosoji Wise, Constituency Secretary. Omega Timothy, Constituency Organizer. Salamatu Luko, Constituency Women Organizer. Nantin Muyo and Roland M. Kofi. You are most welcome. We have Director from the Ministry of Transport. And we have the transport operators, GPRTU, GRTCC. We have directors from agencies of the Ministry of Transport. We have the Northern Youth Organizer, Mumuni. We have Amuzu Joseph, former Vice Chairman, NDC Northern Region. We have Nuru Abdullah, Special Aid to the MP. We have Peter Adam Bukai, a friend to the nominee. Our revered guests, you are welcome. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee, and we thank you for attending upon the committee and to answer questions. Surely you hear from us. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Chairman and the committee.
No, they've not invited anybody,
members on both sides of the aisle in disagreement whether to continue with today's vetting. The minority members on the vetting committee, the appointments committee, have refused to go on with today's vetting exercise, having already done 5 minister designates for today. The majority members on the committee don't want to continue with today's exercise. Parliament, the appointments committee is currently. I see the former deputy minister for transport, Hassan Tampuli, in some sort of altercation with the current majority chief whip, the Honorable Roxy Dafiameko. Bring some peace, trying to separate the majority chief whip and the former deputy minister of transport, who are currently involved in a brawl on the floor at the committee room where the appointments committee have been holding their vetting sessions today. I also see the minority leader being ushered out of the room by some police officers. While that is ongoing, the other members on the committee pulling and pushing the tables over here. It's all chaos here in the House. It's all chaos, all because the members on the minority have refused to continue with the vetting. The Honorable Minta Kando, the nominee for health, is seated in the nominees chair and was waiting to be sworn in for his vetting, and then hell broke at the appointments committee rooms 1 and 2 here in Parliament, because the majority members refused to go ahead with the vetting. In the morning, we got indication that there the Minister Designates for Transport, Isifu Seidu, Minister of States for Climate Change and Sustainability, and Charity Gardner, Minister Designates for Ahafo Region. Kabna Mita and Kando, though, who was not on the original schedule that was given to members of the media last night, is already seated here with the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa. And the majority members insist that they want to exhaust all the ministerial nominees who are currently present here and go ahead and vet them, but the minority, they refuse to continue with the vetting, and that is what has resulted in this chaos you presently see on your screens. The majority leader, I see him there with the Honorable Member of Parliament for Bimbila, Dominic Nitu, in conversations with the Honorable Collins Dauda, trying to bring some sanity into the committee. As there currently is no agreement. They can't come to any compromise. They cannot come to any compromise now. And it's all chaos. And it's all chaos.
Why you cause this? Sometimes alone. How did he? He has stayed for 8 hours. One person.
And I would have it to win. Well, what you're currently seeing is happening right here in Ghana. You're not dreaming if you're seeing what you're seeing on Channel 1 TV. This is the Parliament of Ghana. This is the Appointments Committee, the committee with the mandates to vet ministerial nominees of the President. That is what they've been doing in the past few days. They have been peacefully vetting these nominees, presenting their reports to plenary, and unanimously, through consensus, have been approving these nominees. But that has not been the case in the latter stages of today's exercise. They are both majority and minority at extreme ends. None of them ready to compromise on their positions. Positions they have taken to not continue with the vetting exercise. Well, the Marshal is also here. I see sweat dripping all over the Marshal of Parliament. He's been trying to get the members of Parliament to stay off each other. Honorable.
Yes.
How are you?
Fine.
You're not fine. You're not my sister.
Well, what is this? This micro minority want to take us for a ride. What is that? We are not cowards, so this is simple thing. If you are tired, go home. We have quorum to transact the business. So if you are tired, go home. We are going to continue with the business of the day. Then you want to determine the pace.
Honorable Yusuf. Honorable Yusuf. Honorable Yusuf. This is Channel 1 TV. All right. Well, Afenyo Markin and his minority chief whip, who stepped out of the committee room, have returned together with the chairman and other members of the minority group, have all returned to the committee room.
will never happen. It will never happen.
We are not leaving.
Channel 1 TV, you just heard the Member of Parliament for Ekropong. He says that well, so it looks like there's a small meeting currently ongoing there. The chairman is with the majority leader, the Honorable Mama Yariga, with minority leader Alexander Afenyo Markin. The immediately past minority chief whip, the Honorable Gavin Zagoja. Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable Kweku Rekitegan, is also seated by the Majority Leader. The Majority Chief Whip is also seated here. The Honorable Dominic Nitiwo is also seated there. So it looks like they will now make a decision on what to do. And so we await a decision from all of them. So the majority leader is speaking, and we'll try and listen to what he's saying.
Tomorrow, the minority will join the face. Don't say I'm not working. You are working. Our mics are not working because they have been destroyed. Please listen. Please. Can you ensure silence at the back? Silence, please. I am very, very, very sorry that these scenes that we are seeing are being projected to the rest of the country and to the world. The whole world knows that Ghana has one of the most beautiful and functioning democracies. The Ghana Parliament remains an envy of many parliaments. We've had an election that was so beautiful, the losing side conceded, and the whole world acclaimed us, and you could see that by the number of heads of states who came to witness the transition. So please, please, let us not destroy that image, that enviable image that we have carved for ourselves to the rest of the world as a beautiful, functioning democracy. I am pleading with all sides. I am pleading with all sides. As you can see, we would have continued, but logistically, it is no longer possible to continue. Logistically, the microphones have all been destroyed. And you know that with the microphones destroyed, it will be difficult for the media to carry the proceedings live at various stations. They may carry the image, but they cannot carry the voice. And vetting is about assessing and evaluating the nominee. As it is now, we in this room may be able to assess and evaluate them by hearing them, but the rest of the country will not be able to do that. The technical staff have closed and they have gone home. And so there's no way, in fact, even if they were here, the distraction of some of the machines here cannot be easily replaced tonight. So for that reason, it is practically impossible to continue with the vetting. So I am pleading with all sides, that we should bring proceedings to an end, and tomorrow, given that the facilities here have been destroyed, by morning we will designate a new location within the House to continue with the vetting of the nominees. But before I end, let me caution everybody that, you see, all of us have supporters out there. All of us need to satisfy our supporters. And so when we are vetting, let's make good use of the time allocated to us so that we can be efficient, we can vet as many people as possible, so that we can have the ministers at the various ministries functioning and delivering on the commitments that Ghanaians endorsed at the polls by the way they voted. So I am pleading with members of the committee, and I will have discussions with my colleague, the minority leader, so that we can come to some conclusion on the time allocation and how long we take to vet individual nominees. So please, 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 I am pleading with you. I am pleading with you. I am pleading with you. Because what we have done today, we have seriously damaged our reputation as a parliament. Have seriously damaged our reputation as a parliament. It will take us a lot of effort to redeem ourselves. But I know that Ghanaians can forgive, and they will forgive us. But going forward, let us be decent when we are doing the vetting. It is not right to spend 3 hours, 4 hours questioning a nominee. It is not right. It provokes a lot of people. I'm not saying we shouldn't ask nominee questions, but let's be moderate in our approach. I can understand the passions and the anger informing the decision to continue, even though today you have done so well. Indeed, today you had scheduled to vet 3 people. You agreed among yourselves and then made it 4. Then you agreed among yourselves and you extended it to 6. Unfortunately, the development now makes it difficult to continue and implement the agreement. So I'm pleading with you, bear with us. We're ending proceedings, and tomorrow we'll continue. Meanwhile,
What if they come tomorrow and they do the same thing? Will you stop?
Let's locate somewhere and do the betting.
You are 87. We came here, you say you know what? We decided not to work. You came today, you tell us how many people we
Oh, please. You know where the instructions are coming from. I beg you. Please.
So the majority leader announcing that the vetting will not continue today, but the majority members disagree.
Because the machines can no longer function, they've been destroyed. We'll look into that matter, and so we are adjourning to tomorrow at what time? 10 o'clock? We are adjourning to tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
No, we start vetting at 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock. So we are adjourning to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Speaker's conference room. And we are cautioning the nominees.
Don't come with any.
We are cautioning the nominees.
Don't come with any guests.
We are cautioning the nominees. The Speaker's conference room is small. There isn't enough space in the Speaker's conference room. So please, nominees, don't bring people, because there's no space in the Speaker's conference room to accommodate the numbers that this conference room can accommodate. So thank you very much. Let's
All right, you have the majority leader, the Honorable Minority Leader.
Some indication from him is so much.
Hello, leader. Chairman.
What do you make of all?
Chairman won't speak. The Honorable Minority Leader.
I mean,
you insisted that the vetting will not continue. You have succeeded in saying what you wanted.
What should be the rest? What should be how would you do we have legitimate.
Leader, you insisted that the vetting won't continue. Looks like you've gotten your way.
Well, for me, we have to ask the relevant questions. You are aware that some of the nominees, we don't even questions. Where we have to ask the relevant questions, we will ask. Nothing will stop us from asking the necessary questions. It's not every nominee. Some of their nominees spend 5 minutes. NDC is always up to intimidating people. They think that they must always bully. We will not accept any bully. They can call us micro-minority. They can say whatever they want to say. We've been cooperating with them. Today we agreed to do 3. The clerk to the committee is a partisan clerk. She is a typical NDC. She agrees with them, and then she advertises and informs people to come. All the practice has always been that Chairman Rankin would agree as to who and who will come. Yesterday, there was no agreement. The chairman was with me, no meeting. Then in the night, 10 p.m., the clerk advertised 10. This morning, my deputy was here. They had a pre-sitting. They agreed to 3. Later in the afternoon, they said 4. And then again, they said that, oh, let's compromise on 1 more. We said, okay, then he made it 5. Just as we finished the fit, we realized that they've paraded several other nominees, dressed, and then they thought that we will boycott. We will not boycott. We will not boycott. We will not boycott.
But you will destroy the equipment.
I'm saying that we will not boycott. Thank you very much.
What do you have tomorrow?
All right.
We've agreed. We agreed by consensus to take it up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We have cooperated with them. We'll continue to cooperate with them, but will not allow ourselves to be bullied. It's as simple as that. And nobody can attempt to limit as to the number of questions we'll ask a nominee. Some of their nominees, they come begging, and then within 2 minutes, you are gone. For those that we want to take critical action on, you say we should, railroad everybody. It cannot happen, please.
It depends on your responses.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, Kojo. You just heard the minority leader, the Honorable Alexander Afenyo Markin. The Appointments Committee has suspended today's sittings, adjourned to tomorrow at 9 a.m. You heard the majority leader, he says the PA system here, the equipment here have been destroyed as a result of the brawl that ensued here minutes ago, for which reason they cannot continue. Kojo, you weren't here when all of that...
We were handling some other business, but then it became obvious that the NDC wanted to bully their way through. Listen, we've been very conciliatory. Even the 2-week mandatory advertising, we've waived it. There were people who came here and were not even asked questions. And even on your network, there was a lot of bashing. We've been backwards to help the administration to form its government quickly and function. Now it's obvious that the government wants to just railroad people through, and that we cannot accept. We have to do a decent job on behalf of the Republic. We are an opposition. We will not be obstructive, but we have to have an opportunity to ask, raise the pertinent issues. Today's discussion about the number of people to be vetted, we have even exceeded that on a number of occasions. And so we cannot keep going on like this. I think it's only fair that, as has been announced by the leader of the House, we take a break, we come back tomorrow.
But is this the way to go? Explosion, their displeasure about something by the destruction of equipment?
It is not the way to go. We have always warned that this kind of behavior is unacceptable. But when it gets to a point when you push a man to the wall, these are some of the things that you get.
So, Honorable, you were here, former defense minister, seeing this kind of behavior from your colleagues just because they disagree with something that transpired here at the meeting. What do you have to say?
I don't think that it's a good thing. It's a good thing, but I think that more consensus needs to be built between the two groups. It's very important. It's very important that the people build consensus, because if there's no consensus, I don't think that will help this nation at all.
Thank you very much. The Member of Parliament for Bimbilla and former Deputy Minister for Defense, the Honorable Dominic Nitiwu, and other members of the majority group leaving the committee room as it stands. Now, what's happening is that some members of the support group that came to give their support to some of the MPs. Hello, Ma. Congratulations, Minister for Trade. You were in there. You saw everything that happened. All right, it's fine. She's not willing to speak to us. She's not willing to speak to us.
Why?
What's your name?
Why?
My
name is Musa Habib.
Why are you here?
Why?
Why are you here in Parliament?
Why me minister?
Can we speak English? Who's your minister? Who's your minister?
Ablakwa. Why? MPP for me deciding my own parliament. Say to mama so better say I'm my go for deciding my idea. Yenina ebeshe.
Go for we nene.
But my MPP for never decide my own parliament. Yenina wo kroma.
Thank you very much. So some of the members of the support group that came here. Hello, Nana. Well, from Charles. I work with Channel 1 TV. You came here to support
Health Minister.
Now his vetting has been rescheduled. How do you feel about that?
Personally, we are all looking for the good for Mother Ghana.
All right.
And at the end of the day, those appointment committee, they have a job to do.
Okay.
And they've sat down for almost the whole day. So if at this point in time, if they are tired, I think it should be reasonable for them to reschedule it.
Right. But what about the chaos that happened in there? I mean, you're a chief sitting there watching all that transpire.
That is a disgrace, because it's a disgrace to everybody, and it's a disgrace to Ghana Parliament, because at least expected that to happen. At least if they were not even going to meet and they were going to reschedule it, I thought at least there should have been a way of doing it instead of creating chaos and panic and all those things. So it's unfortunate.
So you have to come back again tomorrow?
Absolutely, we will. We are here to support Honorable Head Minister Designate Kwabramita Akando, and we will do everything it takes to show our support to him. Okay. And we are very grateful to the President for nominating him to such an enviable ministry.
What's your full name, sir?
Nano Foria Nkandi Second, Chief of Seri Bonzai, and currently of Seri also Traditional Council.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. You have a good evening. See you tomorrow. So, you had a chief who had come to support the Honorable Minta Akando. Unfortunately, his vetting has been postponed. You can still hear in the background agitated supporters of the aspirants of the ministerial nominees whose vetting, unfortunately, today could not happen because the minority group did not want to continue with the vetting after having done about 5 of the nominees today. And so they insisted that the others be rescheduled to tomorrow. The majority group also insisted that the vetting continues, and that disagreement and misunderstanding degenerated into a massive brawl here in Parliament, leading to the majority leader eventually announcing that the process has been postponed. So this door you see in your shot, you can see that the glass is broken. It's not because of the brawl between the MPs. This happened much earlier when supporters of one of the ministerial nominees tried to force their way into the committee room and consequently breaking down this door. This door. Even inside the committee room, you still have supporters, family, friends of the ministerial nominees agitating and voicing their frustrations. Even members of the clergy here who came to support their ministerial nominees. Hello, sir. Man of God, what's your name?
Yeah.
You don't want to talk to all of you. Don't want to say to you. You want to say something? All right. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, sir. So you can. So it's been a chaotic day today at the vetting of the ministerial nominees by the appointment committee. The Honorable Afenyo Markin and the Honorable Sam George, the minister nominee for communications, digital technology and innovations, had a long chat amongst themselves, numerous questions from the Honorable Afenyo Markin. After him, they had given strong indication that they wouldn't go ahead with the vetting, and it's just been a lot of chaos here at the vetting room here here in Parliament. Now, tomorrow, the committee expects to sit from 9 o'clock and consider the nominations of other ministerial nominees. So from the committee rooms 1 and 2 here in Parliament, my name is Charles Osukume. You've been watching the live coverage of the vetting of ministerial nominees here on Channel 1 TV. Keep watching.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.